Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our first meeting in February. Love to see a full house. We're calling this meeting to order now. To begin, we're going to do a moment of silence, but before we do that, please make sure your phones are silenced or turned off. Today's moment of silence, we're going to do it in memory of Mira Skinner, who had worked for the town as administrative assistant in the 1980s, served on the planning board from 1988 to 1991, and the town board from 1991 to 1995, and she passed away on February 3rd, and so we're going to do our moment of silence tonight in her memory. So if you'll join me with that. All right, thank you so much. And now, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you so much. Now I'm going to call forward communications. Do we have any announcements today? Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Just a few updates from staff for you this evening. Last time I was here, I gave you an update about the Main Street project and told you that the traffic signals were in their mandatory 7-day flashing period. 2 weeks later, they're still in their flashing period. We're waiting to do the thermoplastic striping, and we need warmer weather for that. Once that's completed, they'll be fully operational signals. After a site visit, DOT has determined our pedestrian crosswalks need to be redone, so you'll notice those are closed. Even though they approved the design prior, they say it needs to be redone, so we're working with them right now and to redesign that. The traffic signal will likely be operational before those crosswalks get back open. So as you drive through there, through that new signal, we ask that you just please drive carefully. Also happy to share that as of last Wednesday, we launched our new website for the town, huntersville.org. It's a completely new design with updated navigation, and we'll continue to update it throughout the year. And just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody who worked on this project with us. We had about 24 staff members from every department giving their input and feedback, and I'm really proud of what we put together, so just check it out. It's huntersville.org. We have our external agency funding request application period open right now. That is on our website. You can see it at that link or on our homepage, and those applications are open until March 1st. There is a resolution on the agenda tonight for the Environmental Sustainability Committee. If approved, applications will be accepted until February 19th. We're seeking applicants with experience in education in climate and environmental science, education, environmental law, environmental policy, energy conservation and alternative energy, forestry and urban forestry, sustainable business practices, and sustainable development. You can find that on our website and apply and learn more there. Wanted to remind everybody that our 2024 Parks and Recreation Survey is still live. You can find that on our public info website by visiting that link directly or going to huntersville.org and navigating to it from the homepage. It's a little button that says public input. And then just a reminder that you can connect with us on many platforms. You can download our app from your app store. You can visit our new website or connect with us on social media for updates. Thank you.
Board, does anyone have any announcements before we go forward? Okay, we'll now go forward to public comments and requests and presentations. We have two public comments. We'll start with Ashley Wiley. Please state your name and address, please.
Hey, my name is Ashley Wiley. My address is 12435 Treasure Cove, Huntersville, 28078. And I would like to speak to you tonight about the personnel policy that you guys will be changing and adopting and things of that nature. When you have a policy, It's all great. However, if it doesn't transfer off of the paper and actually practice into real life, it ain't gonna work. I know I spoke to you last about Huntersville Police and checking into that. I know I've also spoken to you about different policies regarding that, as well as different failures regarding that. And I'm still waiting for a call back, because my solution was that I was gonna have to learn how to get along with him. And that cop was the one that gaslit me, yelled at me, told me Title IX was policy, not law. And then you have the whole issue that goes into the girl from South Lake Christian. Did he tell them that too? So at the end of the day, when is something gonna actually be done? And when is the town going to start following the policies, the rules, and the laws that they practice and preach? Thank you.
Thank you. And the next we have Julia Rogers. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hey, good evening. I'm Julia Rogers. My address is 14820 Beatties Ford Road. I'm a lifetime resident and a small business owner here in Huntersville, and I'm here to express my concerns for the proposed cluster of homes to be built by Soriano Homes Incorporated on a property that's adjacent to my farm on parcel ID 0150114. First of all, I would like to thank Commissioner Quarles and Commissioner Bergsman for responding to my email regarding this matter. And Commissioner Quarles took the time to meet with me and my husband in person, and I really appreciate that because I know how busy you all are with very important matters. But the property in question is known to be a historic home site of the Blythe Beard family dating back before 1800. The concern with this development is that there is some evidence to suggest that there is a potential gravesite located on this property in the form of unnatural vegetation growing in specific areas. The noted vegetation is yucca and daffodil plants, both of which were used in the past to mark graves of enslaved people. Within the last year, I did bring this concern to contacts within Mecklenburg County, but I was told that investigations could only be authorized by the landowners. And now that the land has officially been marked for development, I believe that the Board of Commissioners must investigate the potential for a gravesite on this property before it's destroyed. It's been unfortunate to witness the reckless development of this area over the past 30 years with little regard for historic sites, native habitats, and don't even get me started on the effects of traffic. But I believe we can all acknowledge that development is inevitable in such a beautiful area with close proximity to a large city. However, that does not dismiss the duty of our elected officials to manage the growth appropriately. In addition to cultivating a contemporary town, our goal as a society should be to honor the past, the people who lived and died in this town, to establish the town that we now know and love, as well as preserve a meaningful space for future generations. Do we really want to be known as a town that bulldozes the last resting place of past generations to build the latest and greatest developments? I think we can be more than that, and I hope that you will take the time to fully investigate this site as a potential gravesite. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. That is our last public comment. Now we will go on to agenda changes. Do we have any agenda changes, Board? Can I get a motion for adoption of the agenda, please?
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Can I have a second, please? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Raise your hand, please. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now we have our consent agenda. May I have a motion to pass the consent agenda?
Motion to adopt the consent agenda.
May I have a second, please? Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we are now on to 9A, conduct a public hearing on petition R23-06 Beatties Ford Entertainment, a request by Jonathan Uri and Katie Carpenter to rezone. Let's see, we'll have staff come forward. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And I will submit my staff report into the record to start. So just a quick background. This rezoning was originally submitted in June of 2023. On September 18th of 2023, the town board made a motion to approve. The motion failed by a vote of 2-3, and no further motion was made. So later, on December 18th, the town board directed staff to call for and re-advertise a public hearing for this rezoning. So the applicants, Jonathan Uri and Katie Carpenter, are proposing to rezone the property here from the rural zoning district to highway commercial with conditions. This is an aerial view of the property in question. So the conditions of the rezoning are to limit the uses to only outdoor recreation and meeting office space. The applicants will provide a 10-foot side path along Beatties Ford Road and a 5-foot sidewalk along Broadway Street. They're proposing to include 22 mulch parking spots, and they will also provide a 6-foot privacy fence along the rear of the property, which is to the west. The existing structure will not be modified. So the highway commercial zoning district has a 30% specimen tree requirement. The applicants will be saving 89% of the specimen trees on site. They will also be providing a required 30-foot vegetated buffer along the south side of the property, which will be made up of existing and new vegetative buffers. Yeah, sorry. The property is located in the Mountain Island Lake Critical Watershed, which has a max 6% impervious allowance. The applicants are proposing to include 14,474 square feet of impervious. In order to meet this requirement, they will need to do a 7,000 square foot impervious transfer, which will come from the neighboring property, as you can see at the bottom right of the screen. That property is also owned by the applicant. The applicants have 2 modification requests. The first is to use mulch as the surface for their parking stalls. And to note, this will only be for the parking stalls and not the driveway portion of the parking. Staff does not support this modification request as it's not consistent with the intent of the zoning ordinance, as well as staff having safety and maintenance concerns. Modification 2 is to allow the existing shed to encroach into the 30-foot buffer. Staff does support this modification request as the shed will be buffered by existing and new vegetation. A town TIA for this proposed project was not required. The rezoning site is located next to a future intersection improvement project, which is to improve safety and traffic movements by removing one of the 5 legs of the existing intersection, installing a traffic signal. The Beatties Ford Road Corridor Small Area Plan does not support this rezoning, as the rezoning is located outside of the designated higher intensity areas and located within the low-density residential district. The Beatties Ford Road, Mount Holly Huntersville Road Small Area Plan created a vision for the future commercial and residential growth for the intersection of Beatties Ford Road and Mount Holly Huntersville Road. The plan calls for higher intensity commercial development to be focused closer to Hambright Road and then decrease intensity the farther you travel north on Beatties Ford Road. The rezoning site does not fall into the plan's commercial or residential zones for increased development. The 2040 community plan and the 2040 future land use map does not support this rezoning either, as the rezoning site is located within the rural conservation and critical watershed districts of the 2040 community plan. This rural conservation district calls for low density residential development. The planning department recommends denial based on the plan being inconsistent with the 2040 community plan, the Beatties Ford Corridor Small Area Plan, and the Beatties Ford Mount Holly Huntersville Road Small Area Plan. While staff does recommend denial, staff does recommend, if the town board decides to approve this, that the existing activity cluster at the bottom of Beatty's Ford Road be shifted slightly north to include the rezoning site in question. And if you have any questions, I can answer those for you.
Commissioner Walsh?
So if we were to approve the rezoning and the node moves north, then there are about, I think, 7 or 8 properties on that block
Correct.
that are south of this rezoning. In order to avoid a spot zoning issue, those properties then would be able to ask for some kind of similar rezoning.
Any one of those properties could come in for a rezoning and then ask for a higher intensity use. But they are not automatically rezoned if this is approved.
Thank you.
Any questions? Commissioner Quarles?
Yes. When it comes to conditional rezoning, we have different definitions. What does conditional means?
Sure. In a nutshell, what is conditional rezoning? It's a process in which a zoning district designation is subject to voluntary limitations or limitations that are agreed upon between the applicant and the board. Any of those modifications can be made, to the standards of the ordinance, but it's basically a contract. What you see is what you get.
I have a couple more if you don't mind.
Sure.
If the business fails, do the conditions remain?
They run with the land, correct?
Okay. Now, what type of businesses, if it failed, what type of business could move into that area? Could a McDonald's or?
No, just what they are asking for tonight, so a meeting space, office space, as well as outdoor recreation. That's the only thing that could occur unless another applicant came in and asked for another conditional rezoning.
Okay. That's it, because you already mentioned the activity center, so I had a question on that, so we already covered that, so thanks.
Any other questions? Commissioner Bergsman?
Thank you, Mayor. And Commissioner Quarles covered one of mine, so I have one less. One thing you mentioned that's in your presentation is that staff have some concerns over safety and maintenance. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so we feel that, at least on the maintenance side, with large downpours, storm water moving through the site, that a constant maintenance issue is going to occur, as well as safety, people getting out of their cars, whatever footwear they're wearing, tripping on mulch or mud. The zoning ordinance normally requires asphalt or some sort of hard surface in order to get around any of those issues.
Okay, thanks. And I do have a few more. The impervious transfer, well, I have 2 parts to that question. I guess the first part is if that has occurred in any other properties in that area in the past, and maybe also just explain a little bit like what that means.
Sure. There was one a few years ago for a neighboring property where the parents transferred some to one of the children for some shops in the back of their property. This is not an uncommon occurrence around town. It doesn't happen every day, but it does happen. Basically, what that does is you just reserve some allocations from your property for impervious surface, and it goes to a neighboring property in the same vicinity.
Thanks. And then on the reasoning, or not the reasoning, but just on the topic of the type of rezoning. Because when I was looking at the ordinances, I saw that there's a few different types of businesses that seem permitted by right within the current zoning of rural. Is that correct?
Correct. You can have churches, schools, outdoor recreation is allowed by right in that zoning, in the rural zoning district, as well as many other zoning districts.
Okay, and I saw like a bed and breakfast was mentioned. Is outdoor recreation something that's currently allowed as a business within the current zoning?
It is.
Okay. And I would think the community garden, would that be as well?
Sure.
But office space?
Not in the rural district. That's what's mandating the district to be rezoned, the property to be rezoned, is for
Okay.
the office
Okay.
component.
But, okay,
Yeah, as well as the modifications.
okay, all of the modifications?
The, yes, for the buffer and for the parking lot.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And that's all I've got.
Mayor Pro Tem Hunt?
Can you tell us about the watershed maintenance and monitoring that happens in that area? And can you explain how this project might impact the watershed?
Sure. All of our creeks and streams in all of Mecklenburg County and really all over the United States are constantly monitored by the Fish and Wildlife Services, NOAA, different various agencies, public and private agencies as well. Really, it's just to monitor the health of our streams and monitor, to ensure that there's no degradation due to development or any number of things. This is one of the most studied areas, Gar Creek, being that this is close to the Charlotte's water intake system. Staff does not feel that anything, if approved at this site, would garner a concern for degradation to the environment, as they would need to meet the impervious restrictions.
Okay, thank you. One more question for you, and then I do have a question for Chief Graham. But the question for you, Mr. Richards, can you explain the staff recommendation that says the zoning is not consistent with the existing development patterns in the vicinity? Does this include approved developments that haven't broken ground? So if they were already built, would this project be consistent?
To the east of here, you have the Oak Grove Hills neighborhood, which is being constructed, as you can see here. We want to go back to the this particular small area plan. You can see on the right side with the little bit of black streets, the orange, lack of a better term, reverse pyramid there. That basically shows you Oak Grove Hill being, in the future. This plan's from a number of years ago. 2 or 3 years ago, they asked for that rezoning, so that would be consistent with this plan. A little bit prior to that, just west of there, a neighbor had come in and requested a rezoning to turn a home into a real estate office. That did not happen. They did withdraw. But as you can see where the star is located, this is outside of the areas that were earmarked for development in this small area plan as well as other small area plans. So we would say allowing this to move forward would be inconsistent with the goals for the town's plans.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Chief Graham, so residents have shared some concerns about Long Creek serving alcohol. Can you talk about any issues of safety or any incident reports that have happened at any of our local institutions serving alcohol?
We have probably 4 major spots here that serve alcohol, and those would be 760 across the street, Prime Brewery up 115, Crafty Beer down here, and then Neoteric over across the street. There's 2 ways to look it up. I had the crime analyst pull up our calls for service versus our crimes, and they have majority of the stuff at 760 was prior to the open. Some break and enter construction site, things like that. Neoteric has got 2 calls for service, breaking and entering of a car out there. We've had a domestic violence protective order, which is not responsibility of either one of these, Crafty Beer or Primal up here. They had an issue with a previous employee down here. Overall, we're not having any issues with any of these 4 spots. Crime-wise, they haven't had any crimes there. 760 was at the very end of 22 when they had the break-in entrance. We had a domestic violence protective order at Primal. Crafty had the former employee problem, and we've had no crimes in the last 2 years at Neoteric.
Thanks, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Dumas, do you have a question?
I want to know more about why we need to do conditional highway conditional with this one, when we have examples like Rural Hill, that is able to serve alcohol and things like that. And so what is it about this property that we have to do this type of rezone?
Sure. The applicant is asking to offer co-working space, office and meeting space. Those are not uses that are allowed in the rural district. So therefore, they would need to ask for the highway commercial zoning district.
Okay. And then when it comes to the impervious transfer, how does that impact future sale of the property?
Good question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. It actually just gives them a little bit more area that they can develop. Again, even if they were to sell, get this approved and it gets sold, the project the parcel is subject to these conditions. To do something different, someone would have to come back to the board to do anything other than this.
And then, this is an older property. Do we, as a town, have any requirements to check for lead or asbestos?
No, any sort of renovations that would fall under Mecklenburg County and their trades.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Walsh?
Just a follow-up question. There is a intersection improvement being done not far from here. Beatty's Ford is a pretty crowded road north and south. Are there any plans to widen Beatty's Ford Road?
No, there are no plans to widen Beatty's Ford Road on the CRTPO thoroughfare map, mainly due to the historic walls that are at Hopewell Presbyterian Church.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Oh, Commissioner Bergson.
Yeah, I have a follow-up as well for Chief Graham. Do you happen to know, I know you talked about neoteric, primal, et cetera, do you happen to have any incident reports or knowledge around Lancaster's barbecue? Because I know that's probably the closest
Off the top of my head,
that serves alcohol.
not that I know of. I'm sure that there's probably some issues through there somewhere, but off the top of my head, it's not an issue that we are dealing with. You could ask me what of our top 10 or 15 areas, and none of these places come up there that we would be concerned with.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right, then we'll have the petitioners can come forward. John and Katie, John Uri and Katie Carpenter. Y'all have 15 minutes to present.
I'm Katie Carpenter,
I'm John Uri.
and we're here to present the Long Creek Family Entertainment. Do I have the slide clicker? I do. A little bit about both of us. So John is a third-generation Lake Norman native. He's a North Met grad, and he's an App State grad as well. He was actually Yosef for 2 years as well. As for me, I've been a Lake Norman resident for the last 10 years. My dad was military, so we traveled around a lot growing up. I'm a veterinary technician with a master's in business and currently a regional operations director for a veterinary company where I oversee 26 animal hospitals to the tune of $100 million in revenue a year. I'm a certified CrossFit coach and wildlife and reptile rehabber. I have Crohn's disease as well as double whammy, celiac disease too. So I follow a very healthy lifestyle, proactive, preventative, as well as gluten-free. So, as you heard already, we are seeking to rezone our property from rural to highway commercial conditional. The plan keeps the current home structure for our co-working building. The land will be used for outdoor seating, recreation, gardening, and club space. This will provide a walkable destination for the Long Creek community, which you just saw is coming in across the street with the new residential development at D.R. Horton. Here's our site. Some notables: we are 200 feet from Martial Arts Training Institute, 300 feet from Lancaster's Barbecue, and we are 2,500 feet from a major shopping center just south of Mount Holly Huntersville in Charlotte. It includes a Food Lion, CVS, Smoothie King, various other businesses, including just opened the Millionaire Social Dance Academy with pole fitness, cabaret, and an adult theater. So why this location? This location completes the Long Creek Gateway, which is found on the plan from the Beatty's Ford Road Protection and Enhancement Strategy. It is also in close proximity to similarly zoned properties. You saw that the intersection improvement is coming this summer, and 10,500 vehicles drive past this location every single day, as well as there'll be minimal changes to the existing property. So you saw the Beatty's Ford Road small area plan. I've highlighted that on the west side of Beatty's Ford Road, you see that there's going to be large commercial, smaller commercial, as well as office and institutional. But our project site was not included in that plan, which, as you saw, is part of the Long Creek Gateway. Some growth that is coming to the area. There are currently 165 existing homes within a half-mile radius of this site. With the approval of the D.R. Horton homes, that's an extra 140 homes coming in, And Mosaic Apartments were approved a few years ago as well, which is another 130 residential locations, meaning there's going to be upwards of an additional 500 to 600 residents in this area very shortly. Additionally, in the yellow, you can see that's already the planned 20 to 25 acres of commercial and office space, including a gas station that will be coming. The property at the corner there is already owned by an oil company where a gas station will be coming in. Again, here's the intersection. DOT states 10,500 cars drive up and down Beatties Ford Road in front of this site every single day, and the intersection improvement will be starting this summer. 10-foot wide sidewalks are called on both sides of Beatties Ford Road in front of the site location from the intersection improvement. It'll be converting to a 4-point intersection, and there will be a stoplight in front of this project site. So, a little bit more about our rezoning, the conditions that we are offering and asking for. You already heard that we're asking for the conditional rezoning, and that it means that business plans cannot be expanded without town approval, and future owners cannot expand the scope without town approval as well. The conditions will stay with the land, such as the business offerings and the hours of operation. So we'll be offering a co-working space as well as a club space. So some examples of the club space: gardening club, senior and veteran coffee club, volleyball club, community watch club, and a book club. Our gardening club we're very proud and excited about. We'll have 10,000 square feet of dedicated gardening space. There will be native fruiting bushes and trees throughout. Think edible landscape. We will also have a pollinator garden with wildflowers, and we will be composting on site as well as providing composting education. We own the 4.5 acres across the street, as you also saw, where we will be placing honeybees from a local entrepreneur you're going to hear tonight from Queen's Orders Honey. Additionally, our business offers will include coffee and soda, juice, ice cream smoothies, beer, and wine. There will be no commercial kitchen on site, so we will have pastries and healthy snacks procured from local businesses, micro farmers, entrepreneurs. We'll also be partnering with local small businesses such as Lancaster's Barbecue, which is right down the road, and Tony's Pizza. Our hours of operation, again, these are part of the conditional rezoning and would be locked in. So mornings during the week, we would open at 8, and on the weekends, we would open at 10. Our closing hours, we had feedback from the last board, neighbors, and town manager on the hours that we should mirror the closing hours to already existing established businesses in the area. Lancaster's closes at those times, so we would do the same. Here are some renderings and drawings of the site plan, a different view for you. There were questions and concerns around noise from this rezoning. So there were concerns about loud sounds from the outdoor activities. There will be no amplified activity announcements. The only sounds heard will be cheering on teammates. There will be no amplified live music, acoustic only. And we've moved the outdoor activity area closer to Beatties Ford Road, which provides a 350-foot buffer away from neighboring homes, which is over a football field away. Additionally, the neighbors requested the privacy fence to aid with any noise concerns, which you can see highlighted in yellow across the back of the property. So what this is not, there's been false information in regards to our project spread around town, and there is a petition of opposition that includes a lot of inaccurate information. We've been called a liquor bar. Doesn't make any sense. We won't be serving liquor. We've been called a sports venue. Well, outdoor recreation will be a small part of our business offerings. Like we spoke about, there will be volleyball and other various yard games available. And we've also been called a music complex. Well, there'll be no amplified live music, acoustic only. A little bit more about the site location. So the majority of the properties in Long Creek are in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, also known as the ETJ. This site location is one of them. What does that mean? Everything on this map, all properties in the yellow, are in the ETJ. So the town of Huntersville has governmental authority over these parcels. However, these parcels do not pay town of Huntersville taxes. They do not receive town of Huntersville services, nor do the residents have voting rights. If approved, we volunteer to be annexed into the town of Huntersville. Thus, this property will be subject to Huntersville taxes, which will bring additional revenue to the town. We will also then be creating entry-level jobs in Huntersville. As you guys have heard, this site is located in the critical watershed 1. We have 6% impervious development, and we'd be transferring our rights from our 4.5 acres to this for the impervious needs. Huntersville Municipal Code states that all of those things are appropriate and okay in critical watershed areas. If you zoom in, the paired parcel average density development states that calculated by built upon area, it shall not exceed the impervious that would be allowed if the parcels were developed separately. Additionally, it states that the paired parcels may include or be developed for residential or non-residential purposes. Here's the site map. You guys have already seen this. Huntersville is full of history, and I would be remiss to not speak of the history of Long Creek. This is a sale advertisement from 1929. That's what that should say across the bottom, but here we are. And if you zoom in, so this is a sale advertisement of when the properties were broken up to be sold to individual people. If you zoom in, you will see our site location where the star is. There were athletic fields here long before, over 100 years ago, you guys. So this project site is only 400 feet from the original athletic fields. These properties were sold initially knowing that there were athletic fields right here in this area. Some of those sports that were provided there, baseball, football, basketball, and cheerleading, which meant hundreds of families were coming in and out of this area on a regular basis. As for what we're proposing, it'll be volleyball on a very small scale, as well as yard games. Additionally, the Long Creek School used property, the 4.5 acres that we own, as a teacherage. This was a home for teachers to live in. It was also a walkable field trip, which included science education for the kids at the school. At the end of the year, they would also have class picnics on that property. Our future plan, since we will be transferring most of the rights away from it, is for a tortoise and turtle sanctuary to be housed on that property and to eventually be able to use it for educational field trips for local schools once again. So, what does the town of Huntersville have planned for this area? The established growth plans for Long Creek Urban Village. The Beatties Ford Road Small Area Plan calls for an urban village centered on Long Creek Elementary School. It also states that it provides an excellent setting for retirement housing where goods and services, as well as other things, are in close proximity to residential housing units. Here's the future land use map from the 2040 plan, which you guys have already seen. And policy LU-4 states to limit the scale of new development in critical watersheds, allow very low density development in critical watersheds. We have a 6% built upon area, which would mean this would be a low density project. And we are rezoning, as you all know, highway commercial conditional. EOS-5 says to protect water quality, restrict development in critical watershed. Restrict is a verb that means to confine within bounds or to place under restrictions as to use. Restrict does not mean prevent. It says discourage intense development in critical watersheds. This rezoning and development is low impact and low intensity. It also states to continue impervious surface transfer options, which we will be doing. We've asked for the modification for the parking stalls to be mulched instead of paved for preservation of current property character as well as lower impact on the environment. EOS 5.3 states to encourage low impact development such as pervious pavements and other low impact development features. LU-8 states to emphasize form and flexibility in activity centers and allow multiple types of land uses, a mix of uses. EV-2 states to encourage entrepreneurial business, promote and encourage local business, particularly small business, and foster a dynamic, diversified, and inclusive business climate. This project is unique. This is not another cookie-cutter, corporately stamped out business. EOS-3 states that to prioritize tree canopy preservation in the lower intensity areas. As you heard, we will only be removing 3 trees, and we will be adding back additional native trees. We're also committing to plant 1 additional native tree on the site every year on Arbor Day. The Beatties Ford Road Corridor Small Area Plan calls for recreational activities in this area. LU-1 talks about the development patterns. 1.3 states to regularly update the future land use map. LU 1.4 states updates or new plans may be needed for areas that have experienced change since their adoption. This project site is a reasonable distance to other similar zonings. What is a 2040 plan, or community plan, sorry? A community plan is a guide, it's a framework, it is not set in stone. And Across the bottom here, you can say that you can see that it can be amended periodically as needed. The rezoning is not staff-supported due to it being outside of the activity center. Should this rezoning be approved, they recommend that the activity center shift north, which you can also see everything below that black dotted line is Charlotte, where Huntersville has no jurisdiction anyway. Here's a map of neighbors in support of this project, and they are also in support of moving of the activity center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, board? Commissioner Rivers?
Hi, how are you? Could you please, I guess, go back to the slide of your, not this one, but the one where you have the full plan, right? Yes. Right there, go back, I'm sorry, we just missed it. So my question is, you said you would have a garden, the workspace, and then the volleyball.
Yep.
Where would your parking, if you could just kind of show?
Yep. Is there a laser pointer? Aha, this is your parking right here. So across the back,
Okay,
and this is the front right here is to orient you. This is the front, so Beatty's Ford Road is right here. And this is handicap parking, so it's very close to, this is one parking stall for handicap. This is the outdoor recreation area. And flip to the other one. And here you will see where that existing shed is. We'll be converting that into a modified greenhouse, which will have, all around that will be all of our gardening.
now let me ask you this, are you able to accommodate for overflow parking, if need be?
Yes, we are. Hey, can you flip to the annexed slides? No. Yeah, that's fine. Yes, so the possible overflow parking is right here.
Okay.
Additionally, we have secured additional overflow should we need it.
Oh, sorry,
You're good.
I'm new at this.
You're good. At the Marshall Arts Institute right down the road, and the schools that are right down the road as well have a community use of schools program where we could request use of their parking lot from time to time should we need it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Walsh?
Yep, just have a couple quick questions. I saw the slide with no amplified music, so somebody playing a guitar or whatever. And then I thought a slide after that said, I saw speakers or something, and I didn't, it kind of went by pretty quickly. I was trying to figure out exactly what that was.
Yeah, absolutely. So there will be no amplified live music, to your point, acoustic only. We will have small speakers set up inside and in the yard by the activity center that'll be playing low-key, subtle music. It will not be live, it won't be loud, none of that. That is just like that, you know, that low music coffee house vibe. That's what you'll hear out of those.
So when you say in the yard, all around the yard?
No, over by the activity center.
Okay, gotcha. And then you said volleyball on a small scale.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Yep, so there will be 2 sand volleyball courts. And we will be providing, as you guys heard from Rachel last meeting or the meeting before, youth volleyball, 2-on-2 girls volleyball. And then in the evenings from time to time, we'll have volleyball, adult volleyball play.
Until about what time?
Yep, great question. Recreational activities will be from 2 to 9, Monday through Thursday, and Friday, 2 to 10. This is just the windows. This will not be happening the entire time, but those will be the windows that they'll be available.
Got it, thank you.
Any other questions, board? Commissioner Meredith Banana Hunt?
How many people do you expect to have on the property at one time?
Yeah, we figure most be somewhere between 20 and 30 people.
Okay. Would you consider using pervious pavement instead of the mulch to bring it into compliance?
Absolutely, if that's an option.
Okay.
Is that still not pervious pavement? Is it not recognized? I thought we spoke last time about it.
We would need to get an exception from Mecklenburg County.
We would love to do that.
Commissioner Quarles?
You mentioned noise, but we've heard information about lighting. Will there be stadium lighting, or what type of lighting you guys going to provide?
Would you like to take the lighting?
In regards to lighting, we will be following the Huntersville guidelines for what is allowed. We will have lighting around the courts as well as in the back of the area where the parking spaces will be.
So no stadium lighting?
No stadium lighting, no, sir.
Okay.
The
Now,
lighting will be basically downward facing towards the areas to keep it concentrated. Towards the back around the parking lot, we'd like to keep those as low as what's allowed. That way it's not creeping over towards the backside where the neighbors are.
okay. Now, you all gave a history lesson on the Long Creek area. I'm going to give
Well, I've
you
been around
one.
for a few years. Yeah.
I'm going to give you one. Are you aware that on that corner at Mount Holly, Huntersville, and Batesville Road, that used to be called the Turkey Shoot
There was a turkey shoot there, I believe.
at the old gas station?
Yes, sir, it was. They called it the, I think it was the Long Creek Tavern?
The beer joint, yeah.
Commissioner Bergsman.
Thank you. And I will say that for a highway commercial rezoning request, this is not the kind of project I would ever expect to see. So I feel like maybe part of that, maybe the town and the board needs to consider looking at ways that we might look and changing that in the future to make it easier for very low impact projects like this not to require a highway commercial, because that's definitely not what I have in mind when I hear that. And
It's intimidating.
and it's probably not the purposes of the intent of the ordinance. So I've got a couple questions for you, and a few were already answered. But I do want to clarify, we've talked about the acoustic music and we talked about the speakers. Can you be a little bit more specific with where on the outside, like how far away from the home do you plan on having those speakers?
Yep, so you can see right here, nope, that won't do anything apparently. Darn it. So you can see right here, this is where the activity fields, well, the activity courts will be. So there will be speakers set up around here. And then up here close to the building, and then of course in the building as well.
Okay, thanks. And then I took a look at your website, and I don't remember if you mentioned in the presentation, but I did see a talk about like a pollinator garden and bee habitat, and you've mentioned honey. Do you plan on having bees on the property?
No. Darn it, I'm sorry.
Just curious.
Yep, so we own this property here, which is where we'll be moving the impervious surfaces from. And so the bees will be located in this general vicinity. We're working with Justin from Queen's Orders Honey, who you'll hear from tonight, and he walked the site and said that this area would be the best for bees.
And I'm under the impression, I believe, that you've had someone from Mecklenburg County Water and Soil out to the property. Did they give any commentary? Did you ask them any questions about this being in the critical watershed, and if there are any concerns over this specific project having a detrimental impact on the watershed?
Great question. We did speak with them, and they said no. As long as we're following the municipal codes of the town, there's no reason why this project would be detrimental to the critical watershed.
And who was that you spoke to? Do you know which?
That was,
Oh, Sam, and I cannot remember
Or just departments, it doesn't have to be names.
what department he was with, I'm sorry.
Or like, which department are they in? You don't have to remember the names.
Agriculture Extension Office with North Carolina. Sam Humphreys.
Sam Humphreys.
And you talked about the lighting. That was it. All my questions have been addressed. I may have more after public comments, though.
All right, Board, any other question? Commissioner Dumas.
Would you consider pulling in the speakers a little bit more and closer to the house instead of surrounding the full?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then this was mentioned in an earlier meeting, and I was just curious if you did look into it, because I think it's such an interesting idea. There was a question about natural seating Have you looked into that?
That was a question a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a
I'm
long time
assuming,
ago.
I guess if that's asking if we could use some recycled materials, like maybe trees or.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. But yes, I mean, if we have a
Sounded so
tree or
cool,
something,
yeah.
if somebody wants to carve I think it would be great fitting, but.
Yeah, right?
Yes, natural seating would
Okay.
be fantastic.
Everything else I had was already asked, so that's it. Thank you.
Preserve those heritage trees instead of carving them.
All right, all my questions were actually answered already, too. Does anyone else have any questions on the board? Planning, do you have any questions for staff or the presenters?
Not at this time. I'll ask my questions at the planning board meeting. Lee Holman may have a question. No, I'm good, thank you.
All good, Mr. Almond. All right, thank you. Okay, we are finished with y'all, and we will proceed into the public comment portion of the public hearing. And our first speaker is Mike Davids. Is Mike Davids here? You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Mike Davids. My address is 15322 Carrington Ridge Drive in Huntersville. Been there since 2018. I didn't want to go first. I'm just here. I run a local recreational club, a yard game called Kub. It's a Swedish yard game where you throw wooden batons at wooden blocks. And we've been doing that locally for about 9 years now. I met John and Katie about 3 years ago when they signed up to one of our events. We have 1 or 2 events a year where we have to rent space and time in a park, go through the insurance requirements and all that stuff. It's been kind of daunting. And we've also had just a little bit of a challenge growing our club. So this past summer, we started this pilot over at Katie and John's where we'd come out every Monday night and introduce some people to the game. Some of the guys from our club would come out, and we've really enjoyed it. It's really helped us grow. We recently had a small event over there, and I thought everything went fine noise-wise. Guys are always very considerate of their surroundings. Let's see. And we have to do this because, at where I live, I don't have enough space, flat space to play. So we're always out seeking, some place to go. And so a lot of times when we try and set up some meetups, there's conflict with soccer events or school events and, stuff that we don't want to be disrespectful to the clubs that are there. So it's been a nice change of pace. So I just wanted to show up and just show my support for the project.
Thank you. Next, we have Violet Clark. Okay. You gave your time to, okay, hang on. Bill McElroy. Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Bill McElroy. I live at 9547 Pembroke Road, which is across the road from where this had happened. Mayor and Commissioners, I am here to talk about this R2306. This is a bad idea, a real bad idea. The properties are residential, and they're all homes around this area that they're talking about. It's a bad location. That's because there's the Batesville Road and McCoy and Overhill, and I don't know what that road is that goes up the other way. But anyway, there's traffic there in the mornings and the afternoons, and they're backed up both north and south. And it comes to be a problem there in trying to get out from either McCoy or Overhill or something like that. They're talking about serving beer and wine and other drinks. Well, there is a place near there that does that, and that's Lancaster's. They serve beer and wine, so why do we need another place to serve beer and wine? Commissioner Dummeth said, well, she was at a meeting with us, and we were talking about this area, and she was asked about this property and what they were going to do, and she made a comment that she wouldn't have that in her neighborhood, so we don't want it in our neighborhood either. I want to now thank Commissioner Welch for him voting no on this before, and he's the only one I really know here, so y'all, the rest of you are new to me. And I cannot understand why you don't take the word of the committee or the planning board here on their recommendations to this property. They've already said no to it, and I can't understand why you can't take their word for it, because they go out and look at these places. There's property available at Bates Ford, which they talk about, Bates Ford Road and Mount Holly Huntsville Road. It's already zoned commercial down there, right across from CVS and all, both sides of Bates Ford Road. It'll be a better place there because there's more traffic. Now, I think they had a number of 10,000 something there at Crossroads where they're talking about. Well, that's nothing compared to Mount Holly Huntsville Road down there. And this area is not in the middle of an established neighborhood, which this will be. And it would
Thank you,
not
sir.
be.
That's your time. We appreciate, that was your time. We appreciate you. Your 3 minutes are up.
3 minutes is up.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming.
Let me ask one question, ma'am. Why do we that are talking about subjects don't get as much time as the ones presenting the thing? Why do not we get the?
We have a public comment policy, sir, and the applicant who has put in the application is afforded 15 minutes in that policy, and public speakers who are not the applicants get 3 minutes.
So that's the policy here. Can we have a copy of your policies in Huntsville? How do we get them?
If you go over with the clerk, she'll accommodate that request in the lobby.
Yeah, there's some in the lobby next to where the comment cards. Yep. Okay, next we have Tom May. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Board. I originally came here to speak against the entertainment development. But it kind of dovetails into something that we spoke about, I think, last time I was here, is the traffic, the volume of traffic, and the high amount of building and high-density housing and things like that that are going in the area. I know during the week, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Beatties Ford Road is backed up for an hour and a half. And putting in another entertainment area for me, originally I think there were basketball courts also in the plan. And I was a little bit concerned about what was going to be coming up from North Charlotte, because we know that there's an awful lot of violence and things going on there. But what I did want to kind of parlay this into, if you will, is the amount of high density or amount of projects that are going on the project list that I got from the website. There's like 161 various projects that are going on. I believe that's your pipeline. I think those are things that you're looking at now, but they haven't been started yet. There's nowhere on the site that I can actually see what projects had been approved and are currently in development and what their status is. It'd be nice to kind of see that. But I think we spoke a little bit about what's your pipeline. That's your pipeline, those 161 things that are going on right now. So what I was going to ask is maybe is it time to start pumping the brakes and stop approving all of these things until we can get impact reports to find out how it's going to affect. Another concern of mine is when 73 is going to get shut down and start to get rebuilt, where's all that traffic going to go? I just went to the website for the DOT, NCDOT, and they had some numbers in here that are actually pretty staggering about the level. They're saying that they're expecting by 2040 a 35% increase, up to 45,000 vehicles per day on 73. And that's an incredible amount of volume, and those cars are putting out ozone. And that low-level ozone, our air quality in this area is fairly bad. I know we're going to have a bad AQI day on Wednesday. It's going to be 51%, so it's going to be unhealthy for old-timers like me to go out and breathe. But with that level of ozone, it's going to impact the kids in the schools, and we've got so many schools. You got all the grammar schools, things like that. So my concern is smog. And that's what happened in LA, it happened in San Diego. Because of the volume of cars, the level of smog and ozone was amazing. And I was just kind of curious if that goes involved. Did you guys look at that stuff in the planning? I think it needs to be looked at in the overall planning, the initial planning. What's the environmental impact? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Erwin Carmichael, Sheriff Carmichael. Good to see you, sir. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor Clark and Huntersville Commissioners. My name is Erwin Carmichael. Some of you may remember me as your 44th Sheriff of Mecklenburg County. I was born and raised in Mecklenburg County and grew up in the Long Creek community. For 40 years, I've owned and operated a business off of Beatties Ford Road in Carver Avenue, known as the Martial Arts Training Institute. It's a local karate studio in Long Creek across from Long Creek Elementary and Lancaster's Barbecue. I've taught self-defense and law enforcement officers for 40 years. I also own a family land at the corner of McCoy Road and Beatties Ford Road, right next to my karate studio. I am here tonight to speak in support of Long Creek Family Entertainment Project that sits less than 200 feet from my studio. As a law enforcement officer and a former sheriff of Mecklenburg County, I can tell you the term community is more than just an address. Webster's defines community as 1, a group of people with common interests. 2, people with common characteristics within a larger society. 3, interacting population of various kinds in common location. I feel Long Creek has lost its community feel. I can remember the time when neighbors knew neighbors, and they would hang out at Puckett Brothers store for ice cream and soda. Folks would ride their bikes to the Long Creek Elementary, to the practice fields. And personally, that was the good old days, and I would like to see that back, okay? And I think a lot of folks would like to see that. I've known John Uri and his family for over 15 years. They are good people. I consider them a part of my community. I feel I, or anyone in this community, was in need, John will be the first person to answer the call. John's a man of his word, and he only wants the best for this community. As a fellow small business owners, John and I have discussed joint efforts of providing safety classes at his facility. I've even offered to be an advisor for the Neighborhood Watch Club that he plans to implement. This type of partnership would benefit our businesses and the local community by bringing awarenesses and safe practices for all. It would be a great fit for the community and bring back that community feel we have been missing. I think Long Creek Family Entertainment is an exciting opportunity. It would be an asset to our community, and I cannot think anywhere better to have such offerings. I hope you will support this project with a yes vote, and it truly would be a shame for the community in Huntersville to miss out on this great opportunity. Thank you for your time. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Mary Brett. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address again. Thank you.
Mary Brett, my address is 9331 Broadway Street. I'm a lifelong resident of the Long Creek community. My family, along with our neighbors.
Mary, could you step forward to the mic a little closer, please? Thank you. Could you step forward to the mic a little closer? Thank you.
My family, along with our neighbors, created a petition where 98% of the Long Creek community are against this rezoning. Some of our neighbors are elderly and are unable to attend this meeting tonight to speak for themselves. Their voices of their concerns for this petition should be heard loud and clear. This is the only way that they can let you know how this rezoning would affect their way of living. They are lifelong residents too. We are a tight-knit community where we take care of each other and we watch out for each other. This is what Long Creek community is built on. Please keep your promises to respect their way of living and protect their properties. Please do the right thing for them and deny this petition. Also, if you approve the R2306 to be rezoned from rural residential to highway commercial, there are 12 other properties that would have the right to rezone commercial. These properties are located on Broadway Street, which is right in front of our house, and Beatties Ford Road. Long Creek will be gone forever. The Town Board Planning Staff reports dated 9/18/2023 does not recommend approval for R2306 throughout this entire report. Also, the 2040 Huntersville Community Plan states this plan does not support this project and violates 4 different policies. The Beatties Ford Road Corridor Small Area Plan created a vision for future land use for which the area should remain and develop as a low-density residential district. By approving this petition, the promises to control this reckless growth would be broken. There are 2 sides of this petition. Please be open-minded and listen to our concerns too. Please deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brett. Next, we have Scott Brett.
My name is Scott Brett. I live at 9331 Broadway Street in Huntersville. Please deny the R23-06 petition from rural residential to highway commercial. This is not an appropriate location for a 7-day-a-week outdoor sports complex with live music and alcohol in a residential neighborhood. When this property is sold, it remains highway commercial and could change into any type of business with new conditions set by the new property owners. If this petition is approved, this will move the commercial center north and will open up the right for 12 new commercial properties on the west side of Beatties Ford and Broadway Street and 3 other properties on Overhill Road. Beatties Ford Road is an old 2-lane country road with 10,000 cars a day currently traveling on this road. When the new developments of 750 new homes are complete on the north end of Beatties Ford Road, plus 140 homes at Oak Grove Development, plus 130 apartments in the Long Creek community, and possibly 12 commercial sites will create a congestive nightmare. There are 5 schools located on Beatties Ford Road between Highway 73 and Mount Holly Huntersville Road. There are no crosswalks planned at Long Creek Elementary School for parents to walk their kids across Beatties Ford Road to the school, and no crosswalks at McCoy Road to safely walk across Beatties Ford to these new commercial sites. This will change the 100-year-old Long Creek community forever. Please hold to your promise and follow the 2040 plan to control growth and to protect the quality of life for all the residents of Long Creek community and Huntersville. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our next speaker is Joy Jacobs. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
I'm Joy Jacobs, 3823 Alton Street, and I came here tonight with a lot of questions that were answered. I have not been paying a lot of attention, but initially I do not want this. My biggest fear is that once you do this, it's just going to like dominoes, just one after the other after the other. And that's such a beautiful community. I moved in 2021. It was, no, sorry, 2001. And it's just been beautiful. It's the one spot left in Huntersville that nobody really knows about. It's hidden, it's nice, it's quiet, but yet we can get to everything that we need very quickly. Traffic is horrible already. I don't need to tell you all that. But I just really don't see the need in this to disrupt a whole area that's been there forever. And I just hope you deny this. And your sound system is horrible.
Thank you. And next we have Leo Brett. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Leo Brett. I live at 3831 Alton Street. I've grown up off of Beatty's Ford my entire life. I know my neighbors. We've been surrounded by great people, great neighbors, very supportive community for the people that, for everything that we need. And I've gone around and got signatures for people against this, and I can confidently say that it's not a small number that is against this, and it's not just located off of Beatty's Ford and Broadway Street that will be affected by this. Our main concern is the fact that once you open up this, then there's going to be more commercial to come. Everybody just wants to live in peace and try to have, a quiet area to live. There's not many places left in Huntersville where you can have an acre, 2 acres, and be off of not on a main road, and to sit there and be able to enjoy your life. We hear birds, animals, and stuff like that. The worst case scenario of things that we have to deal with, if you want to call it that, would be kids playing at the school, and that's only during school hours. We don't really see a ton of noise and ordinance and stuff like that, which obviously this will bring up, and then the overflow parking, and we have enough issues already we've had before with Long Creek Elementary School, with people parking cars on people's property, parking them where they're not belonged, and everything else like that. And I can confidently say when you go through with this and their overflow parking is overflowed, and then they start parking in people's yards and places they're not supposed to be, it's just going to create more problems and more issues. Also, I know you guys made a comment about this, the asbestos and lead paint. I mean, it's a house built from the 40s. It's never been redone, really touched. I mean, obviously, if you plan to have kids and adults, whoever there, you should probably have that tested and make sure that that's even, not a concern for the people and their health coming in. And I honestly don't see the environment improvements for this. I mean, you're just going to bring in more traffic, and mind you, Beatty's Ford is not going to get widened, and Broadway Street's not either. And they plan to bring it directly into Broadway Street, which would then be traffic in front of our own homes and things like that. I just would prefer, it'd be nice if you guys would make sure that this doesn't pass. We don't want any more commercial. We have enough as is. I feel like we want to keep the small areas that are left in Huntersville, and this is one of the last remaining ones. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's see, next we have Sandy Lusk. Sandy here. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandy Lusk. I live at 9709 Midas Springs Road. I have lived at that location since 1967. I was one of the ones that did go to Puckett's, did drink soft drinks, and I know every one of my neighbors. I like your sign right here. What does that sign say? Honoring our history. Long Creek is full of history. Full of it, all the way down to 73. We love our quiet little neighborhood. They say they're not going to have noise. Why they need to put the buffers up then? That's just a question. If there's not going to be noise, Why do they need buffers? I'm just saying. We love our trees. We don't want the trees being cut down. We don't want the road being widening. We really don't want the traffic, but it's here. We have to deal with the traffic. But throwing more traffic and more traffic and more traffic, it's to the ridiculous point. Can people not just live in peace anymore? It's like they're taking everything away. Everything. Leave us our land, leave us our peace. 2040. In 40 years, won't none of us be here. You can do what you want. Please leave us our peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lusk. Next, we have Barbara Rojas. Please state your name and address. They have 3 minutes.
I'm Barbara Rojas. I live at 6116 Lotta Springs Circle, Huntersville, 28078. And I'm kind of glad that I came after that woman. It broke my heart to hear the accounts of many of these residents of Long Creek who have lived there long-term, decades, longer than decades, who have devoted their life and who have lived their life peacefully and quietly, to now, for a second time in a year, to be faced with a proposition, a petition to change their neighborhood. A petition presented by individuals who only recently purchased their property and within 6 months chose to change the nature of their neighborhood. So I'm in opposition to the Long Creek Family Entertainment, which I think is Proposition Art 2302. I'd like to point out that your planning department stole most of my good points, but I'd like to reiterate the points that they made. The planning department, our city employees, those that we employ with our taxpayer dollars, whose job it is to review, to research, and to give their advice and their recommendation regarding petitions placed before them. We need to give them the respect that they deserve, and they did so in denying this. They reviewed this petition, and they recommend its denial for a number of reasons. One, it's a violation of the 2040 plan, our own 2040 plan, which is quite robust, states that this is not an area that should be developed. It's not a mixed-use or activity or employment center. It's not in the town core or in moderate density area. It doesn't exist in the Beatties Ford Road Corridor Small Area Plan. It sits outside of that. And additionally, it is in a critical watershed area. I live in that similar watershed area. I live in a critical area CA4, which is a critical area to Mountain Island Lake. They are in CA1. Part of the recommendations of the agencies that oversee those areas are that this remain that any non-residential program, any non-residential use be denied. So mitigating the impervious space is not enough. Please respect these homeowners and deny this petition.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Mary Ann Turtsky. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Turetsky, 16977 Bridgeton Lane, Huntersville. Everyone who spoke here tonight gave you factual reasons why this property should never be rezoned. The vote, though, is going to come down to empathy. The definition of empathy, to understand and share the feelings of others. Do you understand how the feelings of these poor residents feel right now? Do you share their fears of losing their homes where they've lived for 40-plus years? Their properties and homes might not be as lush or plush as some of yours, but to them it's everything. It's their little piece of heaven. They've worked hard and they deserve to keep their homes. None of you would like this project 25 feet off your property line, so why do they have to have that? We're all hoping that at least 4 of you on the board have empathy. Please share their hopes of remaining in their homes for the rest of their lives. Open your hearts, please. Empathy, do you have it? Everyone in this room is hoping that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anne Marie Bembury. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Huntersville Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Anne Marie Bembury, and I live at 415 Oakwood Creek Lane. I'm here today to express my support for the Long Creek Family Entertainment rezoning proposal. Like many Huntersville residents, I'm a transplant. I finished my degree, got a job, and followed the money, like many of us, I'm sure. I'm from New York, surprise. So I'm new to the Charlotte area, which I immediately fall in love with, and I'm hard-pressed to explore it. But who with? Certainly not my coworkers. So I keep my head down, focus on work, and work hard to impress my manager. What a life, right? My dad calls one night to check on me and asks me how I'm doing. And naturally, I launch into a whole diatribe about how work is going and what I'm building there. And he says to me, real old man wise and matter of fact, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Well, honey, you didn't go down there just to build a career. You went to build a life. All these years later, that conversation still sticks with me. Build a life, the life you want. Build community. People need people. You live here now, make it home. It was up to me to find kindred souls, to build the community I was longing for. But how do you meet people? Where do you go to make friends? How do you break into established social circles in a brand new city where you know no one? Anyone who's ever been on one or many of those social swiping apps knows that your thumb might well fall off before you make a group of friends worth keeping. Or a date, but I digress. Being from NYC, I didn't drive when I first moved here. So for the first year, I used a lot of rideshare apps. Call it what you want, but my first true friends were my Uber and Lyft drivers. I know, but imagine your app drivers being the only people you'd meet in a new city besides your coworkers. And if you drive yourself around, forget about it. What Katie and John are proposing is literally a breath of fresh air. An open air, low-key, beautiful space that will offer people like me a safe space to expand my social network. Recently, my mom and sister have joined me here and have been facing the same issues, challenges of networking and building home. It only took one visit to sell them on this area, but they're still strangers here. This space would offer them a place to spend time and forge bonds with others in the community, the opportunity to build home. It will truly be a place for everyone. Please vote yes for the Long Creek Family Entertainment Project. Support these local entrepreneurs. They're doing great things for the community, our community. Not to mention that this project would create jobs for other professionals, social clubs, volunteer, and even potential internship opportunities for our youth. But I'd need another 3 minutes to do that justice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Alyssa Shepard. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Hello, Huntersville Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Alyssa Shepard. I live at 9311 Beatties Ford Road in Huntersville with my husband Jake and our 2 young children. We're located 2 doors down from Katie and John and literally 200 feet from the proposed, their property with the Long Creek Family Entertainment Project. We're also right across the street from the old Trillium School on the corner, catty corner to, I guess, Lancaster's. I'm here to express my support for the rezoning proposal. My husband Jake and I have lived at the property since July of 2007. We're raising 2 young kids here. There's been definitely a lot of change over the last 16 years, including different road projects. Our property in particular, we've had our side yard and our front yard also used for road projects and property taken away. We've been aware of the small areas plan for the upcoming intersection improvement projects for many years, since right after we moved there, really. The project will the upcoming project will take more of our front yard, including adding a 10-foot wide sidewalk through the middle of our only 50-foot front yard. While we're not really happy about this, there is no reason to exclude us and the other properties along that area that we've seen in the maps from being rezoned. Sorry, I lost my place. We understand that Huntersville is a popular area to live, and change is coming. We support Katie and John's Long Creek Family Entertainment Project because basically the west side of Huntersville really does need something like this for families like ours and growing with kids. With the 2040 Small Areas Plan, it's calling for a lot of mixed uses in the area. Things that have all been included in a lot of the speeches with the high density housing and like offices, different office spaces, both small and large commercial. For some reason, our property also was literally, we're literally only 20 feet across from the previous school and 40 feet across from the restaurant at Lancaster's. We're not included in this area plan for some random reason. We understand the approval of the Long Creek Family Entertainment Project means our property will be moved into that small area activity center, and we welcome this. The Beatties Ford Small Area Plan was created and adopted 20 years ago. Also, the other thing I will say that I didn't get a chance to is at least Katie and John are going about this the right way. They're coming here, they're talking to people, they're going through everything else. There's plenty
That's
of
your
other
time.
things
Thank
that
you.
interrupt our property on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Garages at neighbors, starting their own thing.
Thank you. That's your time. Okay, next we have Corey Neal. Please remember, you do have 3 minutes. When the timer goes off, you should refrain from continuing. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. My name's Corey Neal. I live at 6305 Stevens Grove Lane. I came here tonight to express my support for the Long Creek Family Entertainment rezoning proposal. My wife Kelly and I live just a few minutes down the road from the rezoning, and I cannot tell you how excited we are about the possibility of a business like this on our side of town. Kelly and I moved here from Washington, D.C. in 2020 and specifically chose Huntersville to plant our roots and start our family. We have a 2-year-old son and another one on the way. Huntersville appealed to us not only due to its advantageous location, but because of the sense of community we felt almost immediately. Since the beginning of the pandemic, my wife and I, like many people, began working remotely from home. I work for the U.S. Department of Education, and my job most days consists of meetings with various colleges and universities around the United States. Working from home is quite a blessing, but you can imagine the challenges that come when presenting to professors, provosts, or university presidents with a 2-year-old toddler tornado in the background of my Zoom calls. The easiest solution to this challenge is a co-working facility. Unfortunately, there are very limited options for this in Huntersville. A quick Google search will show you other possibilities for meeting spaces, such as conference rooms and hotels that are either too large or too expensive, or facilities that offer monthly rentals. The only other local alternative is Main Street Coffee and Co-working, which is located on the opposite side of Huntersville. Remote work is on the rise. An article published by Forbes in June of 2023 presents research that anticipates that remote work will continue its upward trend and that approximately 32.6 Americans will work remotely by 2025. As more companies adapt to remote employment, the demand for co-working facilities like this will also rise. The west side of Huntersville is very much in need of a space like the one Katie and John are proposing, a communal, affordable, and convenient space. So in closing, I ask that you please support the Long Creek Family Entertainment Project by voting yes to this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have Patricia May and left, and I have Mason LaCar here. Are you ceding your time to Patricia? You're deferring your time to him? Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. I think they got mixed up. Okay. Patricia, you have 3 minutes. Okay. Okay. We have Mason. I think he's got mixed up.
Hi, my name is Mason Lucan. I live at 1533-1 Macwood Road. And while I can't speak to zonings and commercial properties, I can speak to who John and Katie are. They came into my life at one of the saddest moments. I had just lost my grandmother, and my father passed away after a 10-year fight with cancer. I hopped in my car and drove to Fayetteville, North Carolina, because I couldn't deal with the sadness of that day, to visit my eldest brother who lived there, but unfortunately I missed him on the highway going back to my parents. So I then drove and ended up in Huntersville, where I met John, and he was so welcoming and inviting. And even though my grief lessened, it hurt less, to say the least. I mean, it was still there, but I can see what they're doing, and I empathize with all of you about not wanting to change your community. I have grown up in a small community. I know it. But John and Katie are a part of your community now. So why not allow them to be a part of it and make a change to it for them to leave their stamp in Huntersville? One of the people pointed out to honoring our history, it also says celebrating our tomorrow. And with tomorrow, there's change. So why not at least let that be? That's all I have to say. So please vote yes for Long Creek Entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Daniel Austin, and I have that Leo Emright is ceding minutes to you. Is that correct? Okay. Then you have 6 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Daniel Austin. I live at 5730 Jim Kidd Road in Huntersville. I'm here to speak in favor of the Long Creek Family Entertainment Project. I'm a local farmer. I also serve on the Mecklenburg Farm Bureau Board of Directors, the Mecklenburg County Agriculture Extension Advisory.
Don't worry, we're having trouble with
Jeez. Sorry. Wasting my time.
Don't worry, you're where you need to be.
Jeez. And I'm also on the Board of Supervisors for Mecklenburg Soil and Water Conservation District. So obviously, airplane mode doesn't work.
Just don't take Beatty's Ford Road.
Right. That's right. Stay off Beatty's Ford Road. Sorry about that. Jim Kidd Road was named after my great-grandfather, James Barclay Kidd. He built a home and established his family farm on Jim Kidd Road in the early 1900s. I operate a small farm and own 24 acres of the old Century Farm. I raise milk goats, beef cows, laying hens, grow produce. I'm a beekeeper, and we currently depend on local farmers markets to sell our products. I met John and Katie a number of times to learn about their project and coach them on a few farming and gardening topics. They came over and learned how to milk goats. We share many core values, and I believe we're not alone in that. Sustainable agriculture, organic gardening, outdoor living, preservation, and conservation. Many of you on the board campaigned on some of these values, and thousands of Huntersville citizens echoed your passion for these things. I'm really excited to help them to get their community garden club started. Over 10,000 square feet of land dedicated to a community garden is an amazing opportunity. It's no secret that small business owners flourish when partnering and networking with other small businesses. John and Katie have offered me shelf space for me to sell my products at their establishment. In return, I'll help them with getting the garden club going. Partnerships like this used to be a way of life in Huntersville. Before the large cookie cutter commercial big box stores started taking up all the street corners. I'm not sure about you, but I'd rather support a small business than a large conglomerate. The 2040 plan and the Beatties Ford Road Small Area Plan promoted agritourism along the corridor and state that there are plans to promote tourism down Beatties Ford Road. It's easy to focus efforts and attention on the downtown development initiative, but what steps has the town taken to facilitate this part of the agritourism initiative? There are thousands of Huntersville citizens that live on the outskirts of Huntersville that would appreciate closer opportunities for our families to enjoy. Traffic through Huntersville is already congested, and there's a major deterrent for many of us to go on the other side of town. Other than Latta and Rural Hill, what are we offering the citizens and tourists that visit the Beatties Ford Road corridor? Entertaining guests on a farm visit is a great idea, but that's a big ask for owner-operators running a small farm. We currently don't have the capacity or staff to support large-scale agritourism. The Long Creek Family Entertainment Project is obviously a step in the right direction. Their core business proposal offers support outlets for farmers like myself. These guys are hungry and their actions speak louder than words of support coming through this microphone. They're offering to preserve 6 minutes. They're offering to preserve 4.5 acres as a turtle and tortoise sanctuary. They also expressed interest in long-term preservation of this space, and not many people are willing to do that. The 2040 plan calls for Huntersville to partner with local landowners' preservation efforts, as well as partner with nonprofits. Their boots are on the ground, networking with local farmers and small businesses. They've already planted more native trees, berry bushes, apples, figs, and they want to share that with the community. These are actions, not just talk. The 2040 plan calls for continued growth and support of entrepreneurs. Please support the efforts of these entrepreneurs and enrich Huntersville community by voting yes to the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're trying out a new clock, and you can see it's we do have a backup clock over here, so also. Okay, next up we have Justin Order, I believe is what it says, Orders. Okay, and you have a secondary Candy Jones who's ceded time to use, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you have 6 minutes.
Thank you.
State your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Justin Orders. My fiance and I live at 9123 Mount Holly Huntersville Road, about 2 minutes from this proposed location, this proposed rezoning, and I am in favor of this rezoning. A little bit about me. I'm a Charlotte native. I know that's like pretty rare. I'm more specifically of this area of Huntersville. I went to Hopewell High School. Very familiar with this area. I've probably driven by this house literally thousands of times in the course of my years living around here. Spent a lot of time at Latta Nature Preserve. We now go there quite frequently to walk our dog. You know, it's just a beautiful place, and I want to keep it that way. I started keeping bees in 2018. That's actually how they contacted me through my business, Queen's Orders Honey, where I have bees. I sell honey, of course. I provide bees for other people. People want bees on their property. I bring it to them, allow them to experience bees, like how I've been able to experience them. And I know with saying that, it comes maybe implied that I want to do this to boost my business or whatever, you know, sell honey from their storefront. The reason I got into beekeeping was to save bees. The time I got into beekeeping, as well as now, bees, pollinators are at risk of a lot of things, mostly development, losing their habitats to development. And it's definitely been something that I've observed here. At one point, my bees were getting all sorts of honey, pollen, or sources, and it's dwindled over the years. And I feel, largely due to this irresponsible development. And then you may also be saying, well, why am I in favor of this? The time I've known them and what they've expressed to me and what they've shared with all of us here tonight is this is not going to be this unrestricted, irresponsible development. I kind of play this depressing game where as I'm driving around Huntersville now, I will turn a corner and this one spot that was just home to beautiful nature, trees, growth, just turns into what I like to call Mars lots. They're just orange and red and then have pre-construction equipment. And then the next month, or maybe it's a couple months down the road, it becomes apartments, condos. We all know that pretty well, having lived in Charlotte for a little while. So all to say, anyone that's saying, I don't want irresponsible development in this lot, you're preaching to the choir. I don't want that for myself or my bees, for other pollinators. That's why they are planning to have a pollinator garden here. This is going to be, rather than this, name your chain, restaurant, gas station, whatever, it's going to be a sanctuary for wildlife, for things that do need this desperately. I want to use this as a place where I can educate people about bees. I will have just a few hives, again, in that very corner of that lot, just further. It's going to be well distanced away from people, from traffic, but in a way to then educate people about what inspired me to become a beekeeper. And as well as, we're not going to get rid of all the trees. They are not, I keep saying we, but I feel very aligned with this project enough to where I almost feel part of it. It's not going to be, again, this destruction. We're new to where we live right now, but again, I've lived there for a while, and as has been expressed by others, this also gives a place for small businesses to sell their products. We live on Mount Holly, Huntersville, between two food lines, a mile apart. I don't know how that happened, and I'm probably never will, but there's got to be a place for people to get food from that isn't a chain grocery store that's getting things shipped in from all over the world. It's a place where people can buy local foods. There's not a whole lot of places like that in Huntersville. I would know because I'm constantly trying to find places to sell my honey, and my also fiance sells sourdough products. She wants to sell that as well. And so they'll be greatly supporting us in that effort. It's just, again, I've not heard of anyone proposing something this unique and this detailed of what they're trying to organize is far from the norm. And they've taken a lot of time to talk to us about this to where I'm on board. And, we are part of this community, but we also don't feel that connected with the community because, I don't know, just where we live in our neighborhood, I'm not really sure, but this would allow us to feel more connected and being coming and seeing other people. And lastly, I speak of all this stuff before, but if it's not for me, it's not for my business, it's really about the bees. We need biodiversity in our environment. If we keep removing things from nature and giving them things or taking things away from them, people all of a sudden say, where all the bees go? Where all the pollinators? Where all the butterflies go? This would be an attempt to reverse that, allow the things to stay natural and allow for we plant native species of plants for the bees and pollinators to feed on rather than destroy it and take it away. So if your vote is not for them, for the project that you see here, vote for bees, vote for pollinators, vote for insects, vote for other animals that also are losing their habitat because they are not in favor of destroying that for their profit or for their gain. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have one last commenter, Lance Munger. Is Lance here? There he is. Commissioner Munger, as you know, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
All right. My name is Lance Munger, P.O. Box 664, Huntersville. Thank you, Mayor Clark and Commissioners. Fabulous to see you all tonight. As some of you may know, one of the mantras I had in my time on the board was simply find a path to yes
and ask for it. To that end, here are a few of the issues that I've heard discussed with resolutions. The facility is open too late. They agreed to adjust their hours to close a little bit earlier. It has the potential for disturbing neighbors. They've agreed to install a 6-foot fence for privacy and no amplified sound. Sidewalks need to be put in. They've agreed to put in the sidewalks and work with staff to set aside land for future sidewalks. Traffic generation. This should be minimal, and given where you are, you've heard it mentioned a couple different times that the current traffic flow is 10,500. Impervious ground. One of the innovative things that they're looking at doing in this particular area, because you need a lot of impervious ground, is installing the mulch to preserve that impervious ground. And I would definitely suggest you take consideration of keeping it that way. The last one is conditional rezoning could open the door to a far worse commercial entity to occupy this property in the event that this particular business might fail or they might sell it to someone else. It's been covered by a gentleman back here named Brian Richards that a conditional rezoning means that they can open this business. If it fails, if they sell it, and they want to do something else like a McDonald's or some other commercial type of entity, they have to come back to this board and ask for it to be changed. So it's not like you're opening the door and it can become a McDonald's or something in a year or two. If you are thinking it might be better to have a more well-established business to come in here, you should be asking yourself why. We claim to want to support local businesses, and this is a prime example of what a local business can and should look like. The proprietor has spent most of his life in the Lake Norman area and even graduated from North Meck High School. Unlike some entities in the area, they have chosen to follow the path of following town ordinances and procedures to become a properly authorized company wishing to do business here in Huntersville. Keep in mind, all of this is happening in an ETJ area that currently generates no property taxes for the town of Huntersville. And as part of the rezoning process, this property would be incorporated into the town and, given our burgeoning needs, help contribute towards those needs. I know there are a lot of people here and in the town in general who moved here for the small town feel, but the door didn't close behind you.
Thank you,
Please take
Commissioner
the
Munger.
opportunity to listen with and work with them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Board, do you have any other questions for staff before we close this hearing? Or the petitioner? No. Looking at you, planning. Yeah, no, okay.
I do have one or two
Yeah.
that I'd like to ask, based on some comments. Could you remind us the percentage of trees that are going to be kept?
89%.
89%, and what's the,
That's specific to specimen trees.
and what's the requirement?
30%.
Okay, that's all.
I actually have one question for staff as well. In the road improvement intersection, are crosswalks included in that improvement or no?
I believe there may be one to the south. Let me see if I can.
Sorry, I had to ask the question for the slide, the farthest back, of course.
Yeah, I believe if you look to the south, I believe there would be a crosswalk right here.
Thank you. Okay, before we close this, I want to just make sure, Violet Clark, you did not want to speak on this issue. You want to speak on a different issue? Okay. Okay. That's okay. I just want to make sure we get it settled before we proceed. Okay. All right. This is going to conclude item 9A, the petition on R23-06. And we will now proceed to 9B, conduct a public hearing on petition TA23-08. And I believe, Mr. Farber, you're up again.
there. Okay.
Mr. Farber, before we proceed, I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess since we've been sitting here for a bit. 5 minutes, everybody. We are going to call our meeting back to order, please. Please take your seats. Okay, Mr. Farber, you are now officially up for TA 23-08. Thank you.
All right, so I'll submit my staff report into the record. So T8, forgot what it was for a second. TA 2308 is a text amendment by staff to remove the text related to regulation of nuisances from Article 8.13, and we will replace it with reserved for any future text amendment. So noise and noxious fumes are covered by the Town Code of Ordinances, which makes Article 8.13 of the zoning ordinance redundant. This also conflicts with the enforcement procedure set forth for such violations in the town's Code of Ordinances, and the town has an interlocal agreement with Mecklenburg County to police and enforce ordinance requirements within the town's ETJ. The police department enforces the town's ETJ, not Mecklenburg County's within the ETJ. General police power authority is typically used to regulate such nuisances instead of development regulations. The code enforcement officers are not always available to investigate any alleged code of violations of this nature after normal business hours, but the police are. So here you have the zoning ordinance and the code of ordinance next to each other relating to noise. They both cover the same things, while the code of ordinances goes into further detail in section 93.41, as you can see here, on specifics of noise. Again, here is the side-by-side for the fumes and odors and vibration-related nuisances for the zoning ordinance and the code of ordinance. They both cover the same thing, and the code of ordinance does go into further details for specific nuisances, as you can see here. Planning staff recommends approval based on consistency with all policies of the Huntersville 2040 Community Plan and compliance with state statutes. And if you have any questions, I can try to answer those for you.
Commissioner Walsh?
Thanks. You were mentioning that the county enforces the codes in the ETJ.
No, just a clarification on that. We have an interlocal so that the town's police officers can enforce town code of ordinances in the ETJ.
What I thought. Yep, no problem.
Any other questions? Commissioner Bergson?
So what happens right now if a noise complaint comes in to the planning department instead of HPD and it's after hours or on the weekend?
We normally direct them to the police department.
But would that direction happen at the same time the call comes in or
Get to
later?
it, whenever we're back in the office.
That's all.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to proceed to, Frank, do you have anything? Item 9C, conduct a public hearing to discuss the town's plan to enter into an installment financing project in connection with the issuance of limited obligation bonds. And we are going to start with Town Manager Anthony Roberts with a presentation.
Let's see if I can get this thing to work first. There we go. So I just wanted to start off with a little history of how we got to where we are. Because we've been talking about a town hall for quite some time. So we've got a couple items on the agenda tonight, so I figured I'd get a little history lesson. And then I think we've got quite a few folks in the audience tonight to talk about the finance side of things, the GMP, and then the resolution. So I'll just stick to the history, but and I'll let the other folks get up and talk about the other item. So just a little bit of history. The building we're in now was built in '97. It's approximately 8,000 square feet. You'll see various things out there that say it's 8,027. You may look at Polaris, it may say 8,500. I'm just giving you a round number. A lot of these you're going to see round numbers depending on where you look. You'll see slightly different numbers. The town center which is the third floor of DPK, is where our other town offices are. Was built in 2010, we moved in 2011. Approximately 8,000 square feet. You may see some things say 17,600. We began discussions on the need for a town hall August 2018. Of course, we're here today, hopefully continue to move forward. February 21, we did design build method, was selected by the BOC at that time, which is the Board of Commissioners. With the initial design, the targeted amount at that time was $16 million in. That was an all-in budget for the town center site in front of Discovery Place Kids. Now, what did that include in that number? Remember, this is February 21. That was approximately a 36,000 square foot building. It was 3-story building. 2 floors of it was finished. The third floor was basically a concrete shell. There was no carpet, no paint, nothing. It was just basically a shell, concrete floors. December 21, new board came in, they paused that project, and they told us to look at other options. We looked at options all around town, came back, excuse me, on February 22, we ended up, the board voted to acquire the site just right behind Town Hall. That site was acquired for $775,000. And then from there, on September 22, the board at that time voted to resume project, and they selected option 4B, and I'll show you in a minute what 4B is, and that's what folks will present later on tonight also. The targeted price then was $30 million all-in budget. That was based on an August 22 preliminary construction estimate, you'll see on the next slide, was roughly $28 million. What did that include? That was 54,000 square feet. That was a 4-story building with a renovation of this building, which I said is approximately 8,000 square feet, for community space. And then what are we doing tonight and at the next meeting? So February 2024, we got multiple items. You're going to see, obviously, the financing the public hearing tonight, and then we've got GMP, which is a guaranteed maximum price. And then at the next board meeting, you'll have a final resolution for financing, and then you'll have the actual construction contract. So when I say February 24th, I'm talking about both meetings. And assuming it continues to move forward, on February 19th is when we'll take final action on the last 2 items, which is the final resolution and construction contract. Some folks have asked, what have we spent to date? So right now, to date, it's a round number, I think it's like 2.149 something. But it's 2.15 million spent to date to get to where we are right now. So that's how much money we spent to date. So when I was talking earlier about option 4, you remember we had an option 1, 2, 3, 4, A and B. The board landed on option 4B. And you see here, these are August 22 numbers when I was talking about on the last slide, the 29,938. I'm sorry, it goes, well, maybe I'll go the right way, sorry. Jeez. Who's working it over there? Ethan's got it for me, all right. Sorry about that. So there you go. So if you saw 20s on down, let me see. Come on here now. Well, go back one. I'm trying to get the pointer to work. There we go. So that number there, the 27,938,448. Now move to the next slide. That's where that number comes from up top, the 27,938,445. So these are numbers you've seen before. The bottom portion of this slide, this was a rendering that was a 3-story building on what I'll say some people refer to as a sliver across the street in front of DPK in the parking deck. And in the green there, you can see sort of over time how the numbers transpired from December 21. You remember it started out with a shell of a 3rd floor. And then as time went on, costs gone up, labor costs, et cetera. Then you get into finishing out the 3rd floor. When you get into finishing out the 3rd floor, that's a complete finish of a 36,000 square foot building. If you were to move it across the street and you finished out all 3 floors, it's 36,000 square feet. And you're looking at a cost of $19,500,000 is what that cost would be. And that was based on those numbers at that point in time as you move through the cycle in time. Without me reading every word here, you can see how it progresses from 21 to 22 later on. Next slide. And then some other quick facts. There's been a lot of talk about parking decks, about DPK, about all sorts of things. So I just figured, you know what, while I'm here, let me just tackle all of them because I know about all of them. So from a parking deck standpoint, the site that we're on now, and you'll see renderings here later, it does allow space for a parking deck. The one thing with, when we came out of the downtown plan, and what you see in most vibrant downtowns is parking decks, you know, so that you have multiple places to park, public parking decks. So what we wanted to do when we laid out this new building is make sure that we can account for a parking deck at some point in time. Did we ever put in the equation that we're going to build one at this time? No, it's not required per town code. You don't ever have to build one. It meets the code. We treat this building just like we treat any other building in town. You got to meet the code. Just like the folks that were here earlier, you know, they have to meet the code unless the board says otherwise, and some conditions, et cetera. That's just the way it goes. It doesn't matter whether it's a government building, private building, et cetera. So we showed it on the lot for future purposes, which made sense if we're going to ever build a parking deck, that it's on government land. That's why it's shown on future plans. DPK, a lot of folks talk about DPK, Discovery Place kids across the street. Why don't y'all just move into that building? That's great. Board did a decision way back when to lease that building to DPK. And as you can see here, there's multiple 5-year extensions on that lease that would take it to 2040. So until 2040, at the price they're getting, is $30,000 a year for that 1.5 stories. Only thing I can think of, I wasn't here, I don't know if anybody in this room was here. What I can only think of is when they did that building to put the office space up top, they were thinking 197,000 visitors, this is 2023, they're thinking, if you want to build a downtown, I assume you want people here. You want them to eat donuts, coffee, eat pizza. I'm sure if DPK wasn't there, Slice House probably wouldn't exist, and some of these other businesses probably wouldn't make it. So if you have 197,000 visitors, you want that to continue to grow over time so that you can bring other businesses downtown. That's why I say with DPK, there's probably zero discussion unless they want to expand to more space that they're going to give up a deal like this, $30,000 a year for, I think it's about 17,200 square feet on the bottom floor, 8,200 on the second floor. I don't think they're going to move out of there. And why would you if you want those kind of visitors downtown to continue to make businesses thrive? So maybe you renegotiate a deal if that opportunity comes, but that's what you dealt with. And there's been some question, excuse me, there's been some questions about your existing space. What do we have here? You know, the 8,000 square feet, and then roughly the 18,000 square feet across the street on the third floor. How many spaces do you have left that you can sit a butt in the seat, basically? We are already starting the FY25 budget process. Obviously, we're going to be having a whole lot more discussions on that before we hopefully adopt it by June 30th of this year. And I think there's, right now, what I've seen from, I'm going to say, the administrative folks that are in this building and administrative folks that are in the third floor of the other building, I think we're looking at 4 or 5 people. Jackie will have to correct me if I go astray, so I think it's 5 people, if I recall seeing. Now, obviously, we hadn't voted on that. You know, that's the first thing I've seen. I thought you haven't heard that from me yet till tonight, and we'll talk more discussions on that. I don't know if I'll recommend that in the manager's recommended budget, but what I'm telling you is with those 5, if those 5 move forward in these 2 buildings, it will have to be shoehorned in. We'll have to look at, I think, taking away some planning table space and putting in a couple more cubicles. If you just walk over there, walk in that building, and go in those spaces, you'll see it is maxed out. Here, I think the only person here I can put is right there in front of Jackie's office, out there in the open space. That little desk right there, open air desk, I could put 1 person there. Is that ideal? I don't know. You make that determination, but after that, there is no more space in these buildings. I'm not talking about police, I'm not talking about fire, I'm not talking about public works, I'm not talking about those buildings. I'm just talking about these here. And I can tell you those growth patterns we've had over the last 7, 8 years on our growth charts in those different buildings. And then the last thing, excuse me, so if you add more people in a future fiscal year, I have no space. So even if you build a town hall back here, and in FY26, if we were to add space, Until we move people into a new building, I have nowhere else to put them in these two buildings after this fiscal year. So most likely I'd have to wait higher, would be, you gotta remember fiscal year FY '26 would start July 1, 2025, so most likely we'd hire those folks. If there are people to be hired, we would have to wait to January of 2026. That's still fiscal year '26 to move those folks in the building. And then the last point I'll make, and I'm gonna show two little pictures, and I'll be quiet, and you ask any question you want, because we've got people in the room to answer any question you would like to ask. So if we move Town Hall back across the street in front of DPK tonight, if you say, Anthony, stop, go back across the street tonight, I'm making that assumption if you were to do that. There was talk about a 10 to 12 month to get to what we're talking about tonight. GMP is guaranteed maximum price. We've bid all the trades in the building, so I know exactly. We've had 3, 5, 6, 7, bidders on all the different trades in the building. So we know what the price is. Till you get to that point, you can take all those numbers I showed you on the other sheet, they're not worth a crap. Because until you get to the bidded numbers, they're no good. I can estimate all you want, but until we get there, they're no good. So what you're gonna see tonight is GMP. So what these assumptions are on the bottom, if you were to move back across the street, build a 3-story building, finish that whole building out, approximately 36,000 square feet, it would take 10 to 12 months to get to that point. And we can't go back and slow the train down and say, hey, let's have more public feedback and let's talk about it more. I'm making the assumption you're gonna say, Anthony, go get it done, bring the GMP back to us for a vote. That's gonna take a minimum of 10 months if all stars align. So it's probably 10 to 12 months. When we get to that point, what is the estimated cost for that building? Time do you get to that point? It's still time. Labor's not getting any cheaper. I haven't seen labor getting cheaper. Still may go up and down and fluctuate. I don't know what that'll do, but we're looking at, if you did all the fit and finishes, made the assumptions that whatever we made in this building back here, because I know the type carpet, I know, what light fixtures, I know this, I know that, I know what type furniture. We made all those exact same assumptions. I'm giving you an estimate. As I said, it's capital bold here. To build that building and get to a GMP, we're thinking that building at 36,000 square feet would be $22.5 million, compared to 28.5 for a 54,000 square foot building behind us. So those are what you're comparing. In the numbers you'll hear later on, there's also a $1.5 million number associated with renovating this structure. Because with the new building, you're gonna build a parking lot, you're gonna tear off the back here and do all the stuff on the back that ties into the new building. And then the only thing left is renovation interior here, knocking down walls, paint, whatever. And I think there's a number probably associated with that maybe it's $175 a square foot to do interior renovations, what that 1.5 number would get you, based on some small design fees, et cetera. And then the last thing I would say, when you move back across the street, if that's what the board told us to do, we never got to the point. It stopped too early in the ballgame. If you go look at plans here in a minute, you're gonna see a new building behind us is offset a little bit from this building. We had to accommodate for potential turn lanes. And when you look at those numbers, if you really delve down into the guaranteed maximum price, the site costs are quite expensive. Well, because shifting that building back a little bit causes some retaining walls and different things like that. It affects the site, so it affects the cost. We never got to that site over there to the point where we talked to DOT about turning lanes. There was some discussion on that. So I'll just end with that. Go to the next slide. The reason I show you that bullet is, this is across the street. When we were looking across the street, there was a community room on the bottom floor, but on the second floor is actually the boardroom. So this room is on the second floor, is what we're looking at that time when we were just sketching out. There's no turning lane shown on this plan. So if a turning lane was required, this is a DOT road, things get super tight here. I don't know if it'll work. Maybe you can still make it work and you squeeze the building a little bit tight and go with the fourth floor. That throws all these numbers out the window. So I just say, if you decide to go across the street, don't sit here and hold me to, I'm gonna be able to make that work in a turn lane and all that. I don't know. We never got to that point. So If you decide to do that, so be it, but we will have to flesh that out and see whether the building can just slide back a little bit, or whether we squeeze it even tighter and move up. Next slide. So the last slide is just, this is the building. You're going to probably see some pictures on tonight. This is behind here. So I will be quiet. I could ramble on and talk all night about all sorts of numbers. You don't want to hear me talk. Probably want to hear these professionals out here talk. So I'll stop there, and you can ask me questions, or we can roll right into their presentation. Jackie and I think Mitch is here to talk financing, and then you can open it up and answer any question you want.
Okay, Ms. Huffman, and please proceed with the second part.
Let me move this out of your way.
I would start out this way. It is not legal for us to issue debt in North Carolina on real estate without having without the LGC, Local Government Commission approval. We can't issue debt without a public hearing. The purpose behind item 9C on tonight's agenda is to hear from the public about issuing debt. So we have talked at length about a $30 million town hall. We advertised a public hearing of a price not to exceed $32 million. Jackie, how did you get from 30 to 32 million? The answer to that question is not Jackie, how did you get there? It's Mitch. The town has used Davenport and Company as financial advisors since for more than 8 years. Mitch has been with Davenport and Company closer to 2 decades. I have never in my career issued a LOBS, a limited obligation bond. Mitch probably does it 3 times a week. So I'm going to be quiet and let Mitch talk to you about why we advertised a public hearing to build a $30 million town hall in a financing amount not to exceed $32 million. Spoiler alert, it's about to change in interest rates. Mitch, please help us.
Sure thing. Thank you, Jackie and Ms. Mayor, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for having me this evening. So, big picture, selling limited obligation bonds. We are selling municipal bonds in the public marketplace. We are selling securities to the public, and they buy those securities at interest rates set by the market at the time. So when we go out, we're going to sell your limited obligation bonds. The underwriters are going to sell the limited obligation bonds for the town on March 6th. That is the date where the interest rates will be set for the bonds, and we will know what the interest rate will be. Selling the bonds to the public, it's not just the interest rates necessarily that we will be setting at the time. The investors will also drive what price they're willing to pay for your bond. And there's 3 different scenarios that we could see. We could see what's called a par pricing, where they're willing to pay you $1 for every dollar worth of bonds that they buy. There's a premium environment where they're willing to pay more than 100 cents on the dollar for your bonds. In exchange for that, they ask for a slightly higher market interest rate. And then there's a discount scenario where they will pay you less than 100 cents on the dollar for your bonds. In a premium pricing scenario, they're paying you more than 100 cents on the dollar for your bonds to generate $30 million for the project. In the current market, we're in this premium environment right now. In the current market, we would only have to issue about $26.5 million worth of bonds to generate the $30 million. They're willing to pay us more. They're paying us a premium for our bonds. In exchange for that, they get a slightly higher interest rate. So we issue less bonds, we have to pay back less principal, but we have a slightly higher interest rate, we pay back more interest, we balance out. It works out to the same thing, the way the math works, in terms of the total payments you have to make. Similarly, there's a discount pricing environment where we, in order to generate the $30 million, we may have to issue more than $30 million to generate that because buyers are paying us a discount or less than 100 cents on the dollar. In exchange for us receiving less than 100 cents on the dollar, we would have a lower interest rate. So we would have to pay back more principal, but our interest is less, and so we end up at that same payment scenario. It's all about the market, supply and demand, and what investors are looking for at the time of the pricing. But we expect to be in a premium pricing environment. That's the environment we've been in for a while now, and we expect to be there. But in setting a not to exceed amount, don't want to get through all of your approvals, the local government commission approval, and be in the marketplace, and all of a sudden something shifted, and we don't have the authorization to get you the funds that you have approved, if you choose to approve them, to fund the project. So it just provides contingency. At the end of the day, we are going to, whatever project that you approve and you tell us this is the amount that we need for the project plus financing costs, we are only going to issue the amount of bonds needed to generate those exact dollars. That's how the local government commission approval is structured. That's what we'll be working towards, to give you those dollars that you need to fund the project within those parameters. So that's the idea behind having some of that cushion to accommodate the market environment. Today, just so you know, we updated numbers as of today. The interest rate, the average interest rate, effective interest rate, is about a 3.4%. So good market environment. It's about where it was a couple of weeks ago and lower than where we were last fall when we started running some planning numbers for this. So overall, good market right now. Hopefully it stays that way until March 6th when we sell the bonds.
Thank you. We would open it up to questions now from the board, or you're welcome to hear from the public. When you close this public hearing in a few minutes, our obligations to issue this debt are not over. So the next item on the agenda is set a guaranteed maximum price, the GMP. Related to debt, the item following that is a resolution authorizing staff to apply with the local government commission for the opportunity to issue this debt. And there will be another item on the February 19th agenda. I'm happy to respond to any questions you have. Mitch will be awesome at responding to questions you have about lobs and how we would issue debt of whatever form. We also have the architect and the builder here if you have questions about how we got to this point on the different sites. Thank you.
Who wants to go first? Commissioner Rivers? Yeah.
Okay, so you spoke about potentially Town Hall being across the street. Looking at data and growth for the town of Huntersville, what is the likelihood of, or the longevity of Town Hall on quote-unquote the sliver versus over here?
So I think I'm going to kind of go back to, maybe you know what, I'm going to give up on this. I'm going to let Ethan. Obviously, I don't come over here much to work this thing. I'll go back a little bit, Ethan. That's fine right there. Just kind of gives you an idea of some pictures. But when the board was looking at the three-story building across the street, and obviously when they originally looked at it, they were just doing 2 stories, come back a later date and do third floor, and you could still use the third floor of DPK. So I'm sure numbers are going to come up, 36 and 18 equals 54 versus 54,000 square foot building over here. The biggest difference is you still got the 18 to grow in over there. So what I would say is, like I said, at the time, at that board, obviously they were looking to get in, the $16 million number at the time was maybe all they wanted to stomach. I don't know as far as we could get, but ultimately to get at your question, the 36,000 square foot building over there, 3-story building, and you had the 18 to move into, they were looking at that time was a 20 to 30 year fix, round numbers. What the new board, when they came in, said, Anthony, we don't want to be in the same type positions. Obviously, I won't be here 20, 30 years. Hopefully, I'll still be living, but I won't be here 20, 30 years working as a town manager. I hope not anyway, even though I love the place. The 54 and the 18 you already have over there was to allow you to, they were saying 50 years. I hate to project anything 50 years, but that was sort of the difference in their thinking. And I think at that time, people were thinking, well, maybe, you do something with DPK. I don't know what's going to happen to DPK, but I would probably be willing to bet until 2040, at that price, they're probably not moving anywhere. And then some future board in 2040, I don't think I'll be here in 2040, would have to decide what to do with that building. It's a floor and a half left over. So short answer to your question, 36 and the 18 was more of a 20, 30-year fix. The 54 and the 18 was more of a 50 and beyond type fix. That's the answer.
Wash?
Yep, just a couple of them. I think the idea was to get folks under one roof. So if we were across the street with the 36 and 18, it's 54,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which is the same thing that would be behind here. You mentioned we've got a $30 million town hall we're looking to finance right now, assuming the $22 million for across the street is a good number. And we sell this property for $3 million, then we're looking at $19 million versus financing $30 million, give or take a few dollars, correct?
So, I mean, you sell this, $3 million, possibly, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we got 1.8 for that. We just paid 775 behind us.
That math makes sense.
Yeah. So big difference in funding, 19 million versus 30 million. Doesn't address some of the issues on space moving forward. And it'll probably be a question for these guys here about the delay, how long it would take to build the two different kind of buildings, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and what I would say, just to piggyback on that, obviously, you can sell that sliver of land over there now, too. We got rid of the private use issues that were related to a bond that we had on that parking deck over there. So if the board decided you could sell that and also some of the spaces in the deck to accommodate for larger space, I have no clue what that would sell for. The other thing I would tell you, too, is if you moved over here, eventually we would move these people in there and those people off third floor. You could lease that space above DPK, the town offices, too. I have no idea what that would lease for. As you can tell, since 2018, we've only got to this point right here, so I hate to guesstimate on selling this, that, or leasing that. So I've spent zero time on that.
Right, so the property here is including what we're on and we didn't even have a sliver to build on here, so we had to purchase more property. That total acreage is, I had it in my mind at one point. We've got a building here, so I know it's 0.3 across the street. This is a lot bigger than 0.3, including a building, so, I mean, we could probably.
The key there would be, parking spaces there too, and I could ramble off numbers on what a parking space goes for. These guys, it's probably 30,000 a parking space, so some people will say different numbers. But, so if you were to sell the sliver over there too, you would count for parking spaces in that number because you're guaranteeing parking spaces too. But
right.
Yes, it's, I don't know which one would sell. I would anticipate this would maybe sell for more, but I don't know.
I think so. How many parking spaces over here?
Over here, I think roughly 120 will be the surface parking. Maybe these guys would tell you the exact number, but it's fairly close to 120.
Okay, I thought I heard 110. And if at some point, a few years down the road, we had to now build a parking deck, either for ourselves or through a PPP or whatever, what would we do in order to accommodate the people in these 100 and whatever number of spaces? Because they'd have to be shut down while the building goes on for a couple of years.
You kind of see the picture up there, and even though this picture up here, option 4 pictures, is not actually what it looks like today, actually that building slides this way closer to existing town hall, and there's a driveway behind it. But where that square is at the top of option 4 is ultimately where you'd build a parking deck. So we would stage it there, and folks would park on the other areas, and then, various places in town, whether it's Veterans Park, whether it's the parking deck across the street, no different than probably some of the people here would have to park in different areas.
Okay. I'll wait for. Thanks.
You want to do that as part of the GMP, or you want to, talk about that now? I think if we go to the, throw this one away. I give up. I dropped the mic, I'm done. Go to the next slide, I think the last bullet. So we talk about the delay there, and I'll just let, maybe Tim, if you want to come up and talk about the 10 to 12 month delay and, what that additional cost. That's how you get from that 19 million to that 22.5. But Tim, you want to come up and talk about that? And I can jump in if there's, Tim can tell you the cost of a nail and, a board. I can't do that.
We have been estimating a lot, as you can see, over the past 3-4 years. Thank you for having us. So I guess the question was the delay. We'll start there with time. So right now, when we come up and present, we're going to be delivering a guaranteed max price. That means our subcontractors are locked in, ready to go to work as soon as we sign off. When we start again and we go back across the street, we would have to start that process all over again. We've been working diligently since we came to this lot for about 17 months to get to where we are today. We're looking at that's a little bit less site work, but we're thinking 13 months. Anthony did say 10, so we would expedite it for you. But we would need to start everything from soil analysis, DOT review, how does this program fit, how do we get your 36 on that lot? Because when we stopped across the street, we had just bubble diagrammed and put square foot footprints down on land.
And 4-story building, 3-story building, how long to complete each of the buildings? Suppose we were building 2 of them. Which one would get done first? Probably the 3-story building.
Knowing just about building itself, or if it's a 3-story building, we don't have any different site conditions that are maybe deep piers or foundations. That's an 18.5-month build, probably 14.5.
Okay,
So you're picking up 3-4 months on the 10 to 13.
So 10 to 13 month delay.
Yes, minus your pickup of opening 2 size buildings.
Yeah, so 10 to, call it a 12-month delay to save maybe $10 million.
We haven't got to the money yet. I'm not sure yet on the money, but we can get
Yeah. Well, I'm just using the 30 million for behind us. We'll call it 22 across the street, sell this for 3, the delta's 19.
So remember, you're talking about if a 36,000 square foot building goes across the street and we, get to a GMP, we're estimating 22.5. So remember, the town hall is 28.5. I'm just rounding numbers. So that's a $6 million difference. 36, 54. Take this building, you can tell me tonight and tell us, we're not going to do the renovations in this building. We've allocated 1.5 for that. That's where you get to 30. So we're doing 54 and 8 for 30. So if you said, we're not going to reno, Anthony, we want to just try to get you in a building, get the people in a building over here, we're not doing this, it's 54 versus 36. So 54 versus 36, 22.5 for 36, 28.5 for 54. The 1.5 is all associated with knocking some walls down in here and throwing up some paint. So that's how you look at it. And the board may say, well, we want to wait. We can't even get you over there yet. And let's wait and do this. I don't know. Those are options, but those are how we come up with what I say the 8th grade math numbers for me.
I like those numbers. Can you bring up the picture of the site across the street?
I'm not even going to touch that thing. Oh. That one?
No, the other one that shows the 2 buildings and the parking deck. Correct, down there in the bottom. So 36, there's a little breezeway to get to 18,000 square feet. To me, that's under a roof. That's 54,000.
And so
With a parking deck right behind it.
you have to remember, yes, I understand where you're going. Remember, 54, 8, that 18's already there. So that 18 stays forever and a day until the board leases it out, do something. But you have 54, if you built a 36, and you have that you have 36 plus 18 that exists is 54. What we have if we build over here is at 30 million, 54, 8, 18 still over there.
I got you. But the idea is to get everybody together. So the whole sell on moving it over here, the previous board was, hey, we want them under one roof and, yada, yada, yada. and basically abandon that over there. And if we were over there 16 years from now in DPK, I mean, obviously I would be renegotiating that lease. No, I'm not going to be here. Then we have access to another 36,000 square feet on one corner, and the lost economic development opportunity here.
Potentially, but remember, I'm just using your number. It's 17,200 on the bottom floor, 8,200 on the second floor. So you'd have to, some kind of way, finish that second floor across, because it's.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I got that.
But assuming you kick DPK out, whatever board's here then, you know, if you wanted to kick them out,
Or they leave.
good. I guess at that time, there won't be this board, anyone in this room probably, but
Okay.
someone would make that decision.
Okay, I've made my point.
Mayor Pro Tem Hunt?
I have a couple questions. So this discussion has been happening since 2018, and if we decided to build in Town Center instead, the plan would be delayed significantly, right, to like 2026 or so, according to one of the estimates. So in that event, a different board could be sitting up here, and they could decide to revert back to the plan that we're currently discussing. So could this potentially happen in perpetuity?
Could, yes.
Okay.
Very well could. I mean, it's happened already a couple times, so could it happen again? Absolutely.
Okay. So we've already paid $2.15 million. What have we gotten for that money, and what other additional costs would we incur by switching back to the previous plan?
So we have got to a GMP, which is, you're going to see later. That's a guaranteed maximum price. So if the board says move back across the street, as Tim said, you have to start over on some of those processes, et cetera. The 2.15, I can't take that back. I mean, we've already spent that. Can you use some of that towards that? Sure. If we say, look, Tim, I'm gonna use the same color carpet, we're gonna use the same tile in the bathroom, those kind of things, absolutely. Some of that stuff can be used. Don't hold me to a number. Maybe Tim can tell me how much, but I'm just being simplistic. Paint colors, tile, carpet, we're not gonna go all of a sudden and say, oh, well, let's just go all back through that process and pick new ones. So those kind of things can be used. Maybe things like, well, assuming it will fit, yeah, we'll keep Parks and Rec with engineering or whatever on this floor. Different things like that we could use. I don't know the number though.
Okay, but so,
I'm going to lean on Creech a little bit about the programming. It's really hard. I mean, we're just talking so hypothetical of what does this building look like? Is it 3-story? Is it 4-story? When we get into it, then we start the program. You know, if Parks and Rec and who did you mention? Someone has to be together. How does that work? It all starts again on structure, on is the dais on the second floor? Is it back on the first floor? Do we have a community room here? Is it back over there? It just, all those same questions and processes come right back up in the program.
okay.
Pick a carpet and paint colors are pretty easy, so we
Sure.
didn't spend too long on that.
Sure, okay. So it was mentioned a moment ago, maybe we need to move into DPK and use that space. What type of renovation would that be?
I don't think we have, so these folks have not looked at DPK renovations at all.
Okay.
Just because that was not on the game plan.
But that would obviously be more in our costs, correct?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we'd have to look at that, determine, in 2040, when we get there, what that looks like. I don't know what the structure is on the second floor and what it would cost to complete that second floor across. I have no idea.
Okay. Okay. And then you also mentioned in your presentation, if we built in Town Center, an NCDOT required a turning lane, how could that potentially impact the project?
Well, I mean, it will push, if a turning lane's in front of that and over towards the fire station, I don't know, so the beauty on this site, we're able to eat any improvements on our side of the road. We own this building, we own that land, so we ate right-of-way costs on our side. We own the land, not gonna charge ourselves right-of-way. So with future turn lanes, all that, we made sure we set this building back to accommodate for those things. Over there, depending on how long that turning lane is, et cetera, can I get it on that side of the land? Even if I can, the building would have to be pushed back. If I can't get it on that side, then I've got to start looking at, can I buy from the other side of the street? And I just don't know. The building, you may be able to skinny it up. I think one of the buildings we looked at early on, I think there was a 4-story option. But you got to remember, that building gets kind of skinny. And I know you say, what difference does that make? It affects a lot of things. Affects the size of the boardroom and things like that too. When you skinny that down, if you're going to allow for a dais of, I don't know, one day y'all may go to districts or something, and if you decide to have 12 or 13, all that when you start to skinny things down makes a world of difference. And we looked at those kind of things in the building across there, and at that time, we were settling with a 3-story building over there. One cost. The board at that time, said it was about all they could stomach. It took us to get, just from 2018, we were talking to 2021 or whatever, just to get to little bubble diagrams that we had.
Yeah. Okay, last question. Can you explain how moving forward with the financing will impact taxpayers when the bond is issued?
Oh, I know Jackie and Mitch are going to tackle me, so I'm going to leave them at, all I will say is 2.8, and I'll be quiet.
2.8. Yeah, so we had looked at this as part of the planning for this project and the GO bond referendum, and looking at the town's existing budget, kind of very conservative estimates on the interest rates, decline in your existing debt service. The way it all comes together, it was a 2.8 cent impact for the entire GO bond program plus town hall.
Thank you.
Davenport and Company did a debt affordability analysis, and that debt affordability analysis, Mitch, don't let me mislead, my interpretation is if the voters in November of '23 approved the referendum, if we did town hall and the 58 million in debt, if you implemented a tax increase of 2.8 cents in FY25, regardless of when you issued the 58 million in debt, you might issue part of it in FY25, you might issue part of it in FY28, you might issue it later, but you'd need to issue 2.8 million, you would need to increase the tax rate 2.8 cents in FY25. A debt affordability analysis, in my opinion, looks at debt in a vacuum. It doesn't look at your personnel cost and what you might add in head count and what the ongoing cost with your existing staff might be, and it doesn't look at your operating costs, and it doesn't look at other things you might do related to adding capital, related to adding police officers, and when you might need to buy a police vehicle. So it's debt affordability, and it does not look at other items. So if, for instance, you wanted to add police officers or planners or firefighters, it does not take that into consideration. So if you were going to add those things, you might need a different tax increase other than 2.8. Are you satisfied that's pretty accurate, Mitch?
Commissioner Bergsman?
Thank you. So I feel like this is a conversation that's been happening in Huntersville for definitely half a decade, probably a little bit longer. And we have yet to have a new town hall that we can use. I know in one of the previous years, I think it was September 22, or maybe one of the meetings before that, the very original plan, and please, Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong, the scheduled completion date that was showed in a presentation was fall of 2023. Is that correct? If that would have moved forward?
Whole pile of papers here. I hate to even get probably so. I mean, I'd have to look back at, I think I've seen something that 23.
So it's possible that if the first plan had moved forward, we'd be sitting in that new town hall now. Which I'm not saying, and I'm not going to give an opinion one way or the other of designs or locations, because I feel that is something that has been decided by previous boards. And I am going to get to my question. But I just wanted to say that, I'm not going to sit up and, say, I want this one or I want that one personally. I'm not a fan of either option. But I also know that it's our duty to sit here and do what's best for the community, regardless of our personal opinions. For my questions, I was wondering, the parking deck that's across the street, has that had any repairs needed? And what's the lifetime kind of expectancy of that parking
It
deck?
has had some ongoing maintenance. I know we continue to do ongoing maintenance on that. I think it's roughly, depending on OES, it's 293, 294 spaces. You know, depending on whether you count where the bike, you know, maybe some of the bike, spaces are, et cetera. But what I haven't counted them personally, it was 293 or 294. But yes, ongoing maintenance every year. Life expectancy on that, I know we talked about that. I'm just trying to remember. Was it 50 years? Does that sound right, guys? You might help me out here. 40, 50 years? I mean, yep. I think it's 40 or 50 years, what you said. I think it's 50 is when, because that question came up some time ago. And we're in, well, let's just say it was built in 2010.
Okay, so about 40 years. And I may have missed this if you said it in your presentation, but how many visitors has Discovery Place Kids had in the last year or so?
So it was, in 2023, it was 197,444, which didn't include, I think, like birthday parties and something else. So if you add those in, it's maybe 202,000 in 2023. Even in the COVID year, I think, when everything shut down, don't hold me to the exact number, I've got paper over here, I think it was a little over 43,000. And those came from DPK, I don't have a count over there clicking it. So, and I think back even in they have, you know, since the beginning of time, those numbers, but COVID year was the worst year, and it still met the minimum threshold of the first year. If I recall, I think in the lease agreement, it talked about 30,000 in the initial year, where I did that even in the COVID year.
So you would say, in your opinion, that Discovery Place Kids is continuing to be an asset to our downtown and bringing in business to our downtown area?
197,000, 200,000 people, I'd say yes. That's, if I own a restaurant, that's exactly what I want to see. I imagine I could get Slice House and Neighborhood Cafe over here, probably give you a whole lot better answer than me, but I would say yes.
So our next meeting should be at Slice House?
Slices.
So, and also, I've heard talk, you know, I mean, there's conversation about, you know, the 50-year town hall versus a 20 or 30-year town hall. Can you just refresh my memory? If a town hall was built on the sliver, we'll call it, 3 floors, no shelf space, but Discovery Place Kids stayed and was not used, what would the lifetime expected? Like, is that a 50-year solution?
So you're saying build a 3-story building, which is 36,000 square feet, use the existing 18,000, I'm using round numbers, that is the 3rd floor already, which equals 54 in 2 buildings. That at the time, you know, they were talking about, these guys, 20, 30-year sort of life of, you know, expectancy from a standpoint of before it's full. Now, those numbers, no one in this room can guess and tell me how many people we're going to have 30 years from now, but, you know, they do an analysis. You know, they talk to department heads, they look at growth, those kind of things, and do analysis on that. The 54, you know, if you built a 4-story, exact same as that over there, plus you have the additional 18. That's what takes you to that 50-year sort of time frame. And if you told me, is that rocket science, and if that's what the number is going to be, I couldn't tell you. I mean, they do an analysis on that, but I can't tell you. I'll be dead in 50 years, probably dead in 30 years. So there's no way those numbers are rock solid. It's just like estimates. You're making estimates based on what you know. No different than these estimates up here on Town Hall. Till you get to that point, you know, like a GMP, that's when I can give you real numbers.
I get it. And I get that they're estimates, absolutely. But it does sound like, no matter what the estimates are, the current plan meets a capacity for a longer period of time if DPK is not used.
That's why I think the board, maybe what Commissioner Wall said, one, they looked at putting them in one building, but also to allow for that future growth. They didn't want to be in this room discussing. You can see what, I don't know why, and previous boards probably didn't project that Huntersville was going to grow like it has grown. And so what do? In this building, boom, move over that building. Where are we at now? Literally, next year, I got no room. So I assume they just didn't want to be in the same predicament all over again, and let's do something that lasts a much longer time frame.
Okay, that is all the questions I have for right now.
Commissioner Dumas?
Thank you. So it's been mentioned that this has been in the works since 2018. And I've noticed a lot of these numbers, the estimates over the years have inched up over the years. I personally quoted a construction job in 2019 and decided to wait, and then 2020 happened, and then decided to wait a little longer, and every quote I've gotten has like almost doubled in price. So it's safe to say this is just going to, the longer we go, like we've already spent $2 million, the longer we go, the more it costs us.
It's like going out to eat.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's been going up the whole time. My family eating out hadn't gotten any cheaper, so it continues to go up. Same thing with any construction project at a house. Just look at your house prices, what they've done.
Yeah.
Even though it has nothing to do with construction, how it's increased. So it's going to increase. It's not going to go down.
Commissioner Quarles?
Currently, we can lock in at a 3.4% interest rate. We have a GMP and have already spent $2.2 million on this current project. So if we decide to wait for further study, we could spend another plus or minus $600,000. That would be a lot of waste. So it's our duty to be good stewards of our taxpayers' dollars. The cheapest time to build will be now. The most expensive time will be to build will be tomorrow. And since we've discussed this town hall project in 2018, there's been 2,566 tomorrows. We can't afford to wait and waste the taxpayers' dollars. Anyone can make numbers fit to what you want to do, but building a larger facility with a 50-year lifespan will be saving the taxpayers money down the road.
Any other questions, board? Okay. We'll conclude. Oh, we have public speakers. Let's not forget them. Y'all are important. Amber Kovacs, you have two folks have ceded time to you, so you have 9 minutes. Give us a minute with our crazy timer.
Hi, I'm Amber Kovacs. I live at 207 Greenway Street. I'm here tonight to talk about Town Hall, obviously, but not its funding. I'm here to talk about the facts surrounding it, because in the past few weeks, I've seen individuals provide a lot of false claims and missing facts. Muddy math, really. This false information is shared by individuals and provided by a scorned board member. Some people are just now tuning into town information for the first time and are not realizing this project has spanned over 3 boards, and that much of what they are reading is false or lacking all the details. 2 boards ago, Town Hall was determined to be necessary and provided with no public input and no board study period despite public outcry. The poor location choice was the sliver, the grassy area in front of Discovery Place Kids. The project was touted as a low price point that meets all the needs, but it didn't. First, the quote $14 million price tag is false. The construction cost for this 3-story unfinished building was $19 million, but touted as only being $14 million because the insistence on selling the opposite corner where current Town Hall is for $5 million. The intention was to then sell the corner where current Town Hall is to a specific developer, which is why the $5 million for that property, don't stop me, is taken out of their final out-of-pocket math. The board did not look into other options or locations and was set on that one idea, although many community members expressed concerns. Town Hall in front of DPK would have been built 3 stories tall, but would have only had 2 floors actually finished, with the third being a shell space, only framing. It would have also required our town staff to continue to occupy the third floor of DPK building, and our staff would have continued to be in 2 separate buildings. A breezeway does not count as one building. Still, on day one, this configuration did not take into account any future staff nor needs. It was a 15 to 20-year point in time solution only. This is why it was a huge election point in 2021. To add to this, there would have been 0 additional parking spaces, and the final cost didn't include any soft costs such as furnishings. Adding that would have brought the actual total to around $16.5 million, plus the $5 million they assumed they'd get for selling current town hall. Remember, a deal had already been agreed upon for that sale, $21.5 million in 2021, but no one said that number out loud. When the next board was sworn in 2021, we discussed this option not meeting our town staff's needs and having no growth ability for expansion on the same site based on numbers and information and actual support provided by staff laying out their needs and what they were asking us for. In fact, on day one, that sliver building would already be too small. With no room to grow, DPK is locked into its lease. It'll be at least 2040 before DPK completes its allowable terms in their ironclad lease. No, we can't get out of it. They often made the argument that once DPK left, you could use the entire DPK plus the sliver building for a total of 90,000 square feet. Still in 2 buildings, but not until 2040, and not counting what cost to upfit a children's museum to a real office space. Not to mention the loss of something that draws around 200,000 guests per year. That'd be a terrible idea for our downtown. Unfortunately, our town has shown that we are short-sighted when we build facilities that barely meet current needs and don't think through future needs. It appears the board was not considering the future when pushing this sliver option, just what they wanted at the time. The last town board, when I served, wanted to avoid having to make yet another decision on yet another town hall in 10 to 15 years, so that way it was available when it was fully outgrown. The sliver never had enough room. Putting the town hall in the sliver should account for having to build an additional town hall in 20 years because the sliver site works only for 15 to 20 at best. The current project lasts at least 50, maybe even 100 if we're lucky. Our board did not make this decision lightly, and frankly, it pained those of us who voted for it to even fathom that cost. But we knew it was saving money in the long run and the right thing to do. We made the decision to purchase the land next to the town-owned land to allow for more space for town hall that can meet the needs for at least the next 50 years. It was important to be fiscally responsible. Fiscally responsible does not mean the cheaper price tag. Building town hall in the current corner allows for a new town hall and revamping of the current town hall to allow for more space for parks and rec and programming. An additional parking lot with about 120 spaces that can also provide spaces for downtown events and businesses that our residents were crying out for. And if future boards value an additional parking deck to ease downtown parking in general for Veterans Park and the Greenway, this parking lot will be its base. Now I'll take a page from the book of Lance Munger and give you some actual apples to apples numbers, not the ones you're reading on the internet. The town's already $2.15 million into the current town hall option. To change that would be a loss of at least $1.8 million of that we couldn't transfer over to the new site. And we would need to, again, be figured into the new location cost. To finish all 3 floors equaling 36,000 feet, it'd be around $19 million, but again, that's without soft costs. That project also does not consider the potential of NCDOT requiring a turn lane, which could potentially squash the entire project as is, or it would require it to be a 4-story building. If you were to do that 36,000 square foot building today, it'd be around $22.5 million, and you need to add in the 1.8-ish million out of the 2.3 that we cannot recoup. So we're actually all in at 24.3. With recent reports showing overall construction input prices are 4.9% higher than a year ago, and that's the lowest annual increase, the price to finish the 3rd floor at our later point in time could also put all the costs in and put it above the current town hall option that was chosen. Looking at current town hall site at $30 million, the all-in price includes soft costs, a complete 4-story, 54,000 building, 120 additional downtown parking spaces, and a revamp of a 8,000 square foot town hall that allows Parks and Rec to have more space and places that the community has been crying out for as places that were also identified by the downtown master plan. Being able to include the refurbishment of current town hall is an added bonus, but it doesn't have to be done, and it could save the town $1.5 million if they wanted. Option A, 22.5 million plus 1.8 million that couldn't be recouped for current town hall equaling 24.3 million for a 36,000 square foot space requiring staff to be in 2 different buildings for maybe a 20-year fix and nothing else. With these figures, this cost would be around $662 per square foot. Or option B, $30 million plus the $775 we did spend to purchase new land is just under $31 million for a 54,000 square foot space that is a 50 to 100-year fix, refurbished town hall, refurbishment of the current town hall, and 120 additional spaces. With these figures, it would be around $492 per square foot if you included the 8,000 square feet of the refurbished building. If you compare 662 and 492, I know what I'd like to pay. Being fiscally responsible does not always mean that it's the lowest price tag. As we all know, the construction costs as well as everything else continue to go up, and what we do today can save us a lot of money in the future. It's a shame that all of the details are not being shared and fuzzy math is given. A breezeway constructing buildings making it all one roof is a stretch. When people are trying to intimidate this current board to stop a project that's already $2.15 million down the road, it's pretty sad. This current town board is not responsible for this project, and it would be frankly irresponsible and fiscally detrimental to stop it now. They stepped into this and are just continuing along the road that was set before them by a board that believed in this project. But they are being set up by their own people, but that was expected. The call's coming from inside the house. Residents, please, stay involved, provide your input, put your pitchforks away, and look at the whole picture, not just what someone's telling you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kovacs. Next, we have Amy Hallman. You have 3 minutes.
Amy Hallman, 100 Cambridge Road. The new town hall on this property is a forward-thinking, fiscally responsible investment in our town. The town hall is not an expense. Line it up on the correct side of the ledger. It will increase in value. It is not a car. It will connect the Greenway and Veterans Park. It will house the entire staff, and it will eventually provide downtown public parking and will be available for growth for 50-ish years, you know, since we are the hottest zip code in the area now. Let me remind you that a new town hall on this location will increase in value. Our children and maybe even our grandchildren will not have to think about building another one. In my lifetime, I remember 4. There could have been 5 since I've been alive, town halls. It's time to just do one and let it last a while. It doesn't matter that construction costs have gone up since mid-2021, and some folks want to blame the previous board about moving from the sliver. That was the right decision. We're trying to build a downtown, and this location makes the most sense. It ties the Greenway to Veterans Park. It is a destination not only for civic engagement and office space, but for programs such as Parks and Rec, history, veterans care, state and federal officials that can visit and see residents. It could house recitals and celebrations, and it could provide respite and resident care. It can return the senior citizen programs back to downtown and relieve the Delwood Center from having to become the preschool and storage. That allows the facility to be used for more appropriate educational and community outreach programs. We keep talking about Huntersville as a world-class and up-and-coming town, and we have to look forward to that. We can't have the largest building in our downtown be an apartment building. The size of a new town hall is appropriate for a town of 64 square miles and nearly 70,000 people. Please put this discussion to bed. Huntersville is not a bedroom community of Charlotte. Mayor Clark, many of us find you important and trustworthy, and I appreciate that you do speak to the residents where they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lee Hallman.
Hello, board. I am Lee Hallman of Cambridge, 100 Cambridge Road. I'm here tonight to speak to you as an engaged citizen and the vice chair of the previous Downtown Steering Committee. I find that it's odd and a little embarrassing on agenda item 10C that we're discussing something that was that was financed a long ago. Financing was a long ago approved, and last year design and bid for the town hall. There's an effort to halt the process, waste $2 million of upfront costs, and start anew at a less optimal and more costly per square foot location. I believe that 6/7 of you consider this decided business. I just wanted to offer how decided business this really is. So this is the old downtown master plan. As you may recall, this was passed in February of 2005 with such notable commissioners as Sarah McCauley and Jill Swain. This calls for the town hall to be in the currently planned location as shown on the very cover. This is the 2040 Community Plan, and under DT.4, expand Town Hall, approved and adopted on December 21st, 2020. This is the Downtown Master Plan, adopted on April 17th, 2023. All members agreed that the Town Hall should be in the site currently planned. Again, settled business. I can go on to list a bunch of statistics and data that support the current site as I did September 2021 with that board. I'll spare you that and just remind you that, not unlike your decision to spend big on the full-time fire positions, this will show a commitment to retain and seek the best staff. Workplace quality is a component of overall compensation, and if we ensure our staff that we are committed to providing enough space to do the job and a roof that doesn't leak, then we'll come out ahead. Unlike the big spend fire positions, however, this is an investment. We're building our balance sheet, so why settle on a 20-year solution when you can have a 50? And lastly, to address the editorial in the Herald Citizen of a couple weeks ago that a parking deck is required for the proposed town hall, it is not. There's plenty of planned parking spaces for the staff. As you know, the majority of the Huntersville citizens support the project as currently designed. From all the numerous downtown steering committee public input meetings to the comments from edifice work sessions, it has tons of support. The opposition that you may hear is 100% politically generated. If we're going to change the site for the new town hall with every board, then maybe we should just put wheels on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Teresa Julian. And, Ron Julian has seated you 3 minutes, so you have 6 minutes.
Okay, Anthony, you kind of took the wind out of my sail speech. I'm Teresa Julian. I'm at 110 Maxwell Street in Huntersville. Let me say that I guess that the thing I would ask the board to look at is $32 million versus updated numbers, not numbers in the wind, 22 million. That's still 10 million, and I just wanted to say this board has inherited a forced tax increase because of the previous board kicked too many cans down the road. Now this board has to cover these commitments and actions that they chose not to address as funding, town staffing, the fire department, police, etc. This board has the ability to save taxpayer money and keep municipal buildings contained within one corner of Huntersville. We talk about the value of a town hall. I agree, real estate's important. The value's going to go up whether it's sitting here or sitting on the sliver. What concerns me is that since this is now brought back up as a conversation and it's not a done deal, it's before this board. Right now we have we have one corner of town center that is municipal, Discovery Place for kids. We have one that's an old building, one that's an old gas station, grocery store, whatever you want to call the cash-ins,
And then now we're going to take up another square of Huntersville, valuable land, to have another municipal building. Huntersville will be known for 2 municipal buildings on the corners. Is that really what you want your downtown to look like? Is that what you think people are going to come to Huntersville for, is to visit what will be 2 municipal buildings? I would question if we could have sold the sliver of land, the previous board would have done it. I do believe that this land is marketable. Bring in private developers that put town stipulations on this property, just like they did for 760, the old police department. That option would recoup, as was said, $3 million, bring restaurants and retail opportunities down to Huntersville. That's what people are going to want to come to, not another municipal building. I know that many of you campaigned on addressing the downtown center that's been ignored for years. As Commissioner Bergsman said, if the original plan had been followed through by the last board, we'd be sitting in a town hall, a brand new town hall tonight. We wouldn't be talking about the process that started in 2018. Now we're in 2024. Previous boards have promised an enhanced farmers market with a shelter and year-round options as part of a veterans park. This project was delayed to save money. It's never been revisited. I bring this up to say there's more hurdles that are going to be in Huntersville other than this town hall and how we're going to fund those things. Currently, the Veterans Park could cancel their parking that with the town agreement with the town of Huntersville on parking can cancel it in less than 5 years. They pay a prorated penalty, and I've given Janet as part of the record that lease agreement that's recorded. So in 5 years, the American Legion can not allow us to have any parking at our Veterans Park. So you say, well, if we build a town hall here, we'll have parking. But 120 spots is not enough. So which means we'd have to go with a parking deck. So now you're talking about a $44 million project. So, let's see, where am I at? Discovery Place for Kids. I know Anthony talked about next year's, the 15-year lease coming up. They have 3 optional 5-year terms. I agree, 200,000 visitors a year, that's something we need to bring people to Huntersville. But we also need to bring, what are they going to do when they get here? The building across the street that currently houses Slice House Pizza is not a well-kept building. We need more restaurants for downtown to... Was that 9 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, and our last speaker is Robert McCluskey, and Robert has time added from Noel Burton and Violet Clark, so he has 9 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Oh, don't start me till I say my name. Bob McCluskey, I live at 9008 Golden Rock Lane in Huntersville. I'm not going to spend any time talking about what you should do or shouldn't do. I'm just going to talk to you about what doing one of them will do to the budget and what you're going to have to sell to the citizens of Huntersville. The gentleman who's not here anymore was able to represent the debt of $30 million at only 2.8 cents. What a deal. What percentage of the current assessment in Huntersville is 2.8 cents? If you don't know the answer, you're not doing your job. It's 15%. If you take a look at page 208, it's the third page I handed out to you. Look at the column 1 that I put with the green marker. You can see a progression of the assessed values in Huntersville. Started the year at 10.5 billion, ended the year at 5.2 billion as a result of 2% growth and an enormous increase in valuation of the property. The board was able to move, prior board was able to move the assessed value from 24 cents per $100 down to 17.6%. But if you look to the next year, which doesn't contain a dime for this property, the plan calls for 19.6%. That's an 11% increase. So you take a look, go back to the first page, and you can see that that year, that coming year, the year that you will be in charge of, at the 19.6 cents, will still cause you to spend $9 million more than you bring in. And so you have also on that page, I've identified existing debt and new debt. And in next year, and I don't know why, but I know you're going to be working with staff at a retreat, and they will know this stuff to the penny because they're very good. New debt starting next year, 5.2 million. Year after that, 5.1 million. Year after that, 4.9 million. Year after that, $7.988 million of new debt. So that by the year 28, you're looking at $10.1 million of debt repayment per year. That's not what you owe. That's what you have to pay back every year. In that year, your total revenue will be $72 million. 10 of it is to repay debt, and that's before this. I estimate, I wish the bond freak was here, he'd tell us very quickly that 2.8 cents roughly comes out to $2 million a year. So I've got you at 11 million plus another 2, 13 million. It's a reality. You're going to have to raise money. That's what I'm here to tell you. You're going to have to raise money, or you're going to have to stop doing some of the other projects. When you go through the retreat process, the staff will present to you a document much like they've posted on the internet that I found. It's essentially, I guess, Mr. Roberts, I call it the budget. Okay. It's on the website. It says, I believe, an approved budget. Just so you know what you're looking at, it's over 200 pages long. So it's not light reading. And in order to avoid, by my calculation, an 11% increase that's embedded in this already, going from 17.6 cents to 19.6 cents, adding the 2.5 cents, you're talking about a 25% increase in the Huntersville portion of what Mecklenburg County will bill the residents of Huntersville. You swept into office in the last election, you're likely to get swept out with those kind of numbers. The existing debt, new debt, and I was referring, so you'll see, to the review of the capital projects. It's basically from pages 140 to 187. Some of these will call for new debt. There are a substantial amount of projects that are on the board that are not budgeted. They're good plans, but they are not budgeted. So in addition to the ones that are in process, that need to be paid for into the future, new ones to be started that are on the plan to be started, and those that are not in the budget through 2028, I believe the total done in process, or at least proposed to be in process, and future projects is $234 million. These are big, big numbers in a town even of 65,000. And yes, it's going to grow. Clearly, it's going to grow. I'm going to guess 24 years it'll double at 3% a year. 3% a year, it'll double in 24 years. If you think it's more than 3%, then take the percentage you think it's going to grow and divide it into 72, and it'll give you the number of years it takes to double. So those are the realities of what you're looking at. Neither option is free. Neither option is cheap. But you're going to be looking at this project, and you're going to be looking at other projects, and you're either going to embrace them all and go to the polls with a 25% increase in the property tax, or you're going to have to choose a different way to do this or eliminate other projects. In numbers that everybody understands, I think the debt service on the $30 million plan is roughly $2 million a year. You can do the math to figure out what a lesser problem is, and you can do all the thinking about what the better way is. In the presentation, it was shown, I got to throw this in because I got to piss everybody off. It was shown that the parking deck at the Discovery Place generates $30,000 a year. Does everybody know how much you get for the rest of the building? $1. You should have put that on there. $30, $30,000 to park, $30 to use, $30, or no, $1 a year for 30 years. I don't know if you can buy them out or not. I'd consider buying them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't do that. Thank you. Okay, and that now does conclude our public hearing for 9C. Do you have a question?
Yes, if you're ready for me.
Yes, we're ready.
So this item is for the board to consider adoption of a guaranteed maximum price. Anthony spoke about it before. Ultimately, we've gone through the schematic design process, the development design, construction documents, and the budget, as well as permitting and bidding. They have pre-qualified contractors publicly bid every aspect of this job. And then we've got members of the team here. You guys, being new, have not met some of the folks here from the Edifice Creech team. They've got a quick presentation just to kind of update you on everything we've gone through all these different phases. Brent Green and Rusty Miller with Creech, and then Tim Bender, who you heard from a little bit earlier with Edifice. I'm going to step out, let them do this, and then certainly we're here for questions.
Thank you, Bobby, for that setup. Thank you all for allowing us a forum to speak to you this evening.
I'm going to take a moment to run through a refresher on the design, and of course, we'll take any questions as you would have them. So we'll start with the site plan. There's been a good bit of discussion about this evening, so I don't think there's anything on here that you're not familiar with. Again, we're talking about a building that's fronting Old Statesville Road. It is in a proximity to this building that we're in, and the idea being that we can create a courtyard between the two facilities that will facilitate their connectivity. You can see the drive aisle entrances both on Maxwell and on Old Statesville. There's also a connection to the parking lot here. And as mentioned, somewhere between 110 and 115 spaces in the lot to the rear surface parking. It was also mentioned, and I'll confirm, that a parking deck footprint would fit on top of said lot in the future if that is so desired. So this is your site plan as it currently exists. And again, you'll see some of those characteristics that Anthony mentioned regarding the location of the building footprint and proximity to the street, so that we're allowing for some of those future considerations relative to road widening. I'm going to run you through the floor plans quickly just so that we're aware of what lives on each floor. One of the primary characteristics the previous board was interested in was having transparency and the ability to flow through the facility from the front to the back. So this plan is oriented as if Old Statesville Road was at the bottom of the page. So we will have a monumental stair sort of highlighting the main entrance, but we will also have an accessible entrance which filters in from the right-hand side through that colonnade that you see sort of articulated there on the front of the building. When one enters from the front or the rear, they will have sort of a view through that facility and to the lobby space. There is a stair that will lead you up to the second floor. If one walks into this building from the Old Statesville Road entrance and turns to the left, you will be offered an opportunity to walk into the chamber. The chamber itself is designed for 11 seats at the dais with about 4.5 feet between each of you, as opposed to the proximity at which you're sitting in currently. And as Anthony mentioned earlier, that would also allow for 2 additional seats at the dais in the future should other districts or other positions be brought on. That seating capacity, I think shown there is 220. We could get to 250 in a pinch, and I think on evenings like this evening when you see people spilling out into the hallway and ancillary spaces, you begin to understand why that was considered by your previous board. The real tenant on the lower level is Parks and Recreation, and they will serve as sort of the face of the organization as people will come to the facility. There are also other flexible meeting spaces on the first floor as well. The second floor is primarily planning, which occupies the left side of the plan in green. We also have legal department, which lives in the lower right-hand corner of the second floor. You can see there that stairwell that comes up, the lobby space below. The restrooms and elevators stack in this facility as part of an efficient way of making design work. And then you will see throughout the plan several flex spaces. Those are those future spaces beyond the 20-year growth that are being upfit 100% as a part of this facility. Those are those areas that take us from that 20 to 30-year model to a 50-year model. So when you see this one here on the screen, and I'll go ahead and tell you this entire square should be represented in blue as well. It's a graphic error I just caught this evening. So there's a significant amount of flex space on the second floor that is also occupied by planning and legal. When you move to the third floor, you have engineering, public works, and IT as your primary tenants. Obviously, those core spaces that I mentioned still stack, and you can see that there is flexible built-out area on this floor as well. The idea being that you don't want to congregate future space in one area. That facilitates departments to have to relocate. If we disperse that throughout the building, departments can grow in situ, and you're not forced with repurposing and spending additional money on renovations as things need to change in the future. Whoops, did I skip a floor? So,
I guess the pool goes away, I don't know.
Well, there is a fourth floor. It's on the version I have right here. I'm not exactly sure what happened. It looks very similar to the third floor. And living on that floor is administration, finance, and human resources. So we'll use our imagination and squint over the third floor. It is a very similar layout. I apologize for that. I'm not exactly sure
Mayor.
how that happened.
Just a comment on that. I know when you go back to your pictures, a lot of times you say, well, is that the only space you have in the flex blue? No, there's a bunch of built-in offices within each department. So all these different shade colors you see, like for, I don't know, engineering, is built-in extra space in there, not just the flex space.
That's a great point, Anthony. So in the spaces in this plan here that are slotted for engineering includes the 20-year growth in what you're already seeing. So that's already built into this, and then the flex spaces offer that growth in addition to the 20-year horizon. Great point. And again, fourth floor is administration, finance, and human resources, which balances out the program elements that are under one roof in this facility. So the aesthetic. One of the things that the previous board was interested in is having a facility that aligned with this campus, this civic campus that we've talked about, but it didn't want to match this building specifically. And so that was really sort of the aesthetic driver. I'll go ahead and tell you in advance that our machine and screens render brick colors differently. We will certainly select those as a group at the time when we have samples in front of us, but I don't want you to get too hung up on that brick's orangey or peachy, because the monitors tend to do a few things to distort those. Our intent is that we will be in a brick family somewhat similar to the context that we have here. So really, again, you see this is that sort of symmetrical facade that presents itself to the main entrance. You have the entrance canopy. This is a transitional architectural style, so it's rooted in traditional design and brick detailing, but it has more openings, more windows, more glazing, which allows for that lighter, open area feeling on the interior. You can see that arcade feature on the right that I mentioned earlier, which is allowing accessible means of entrance from the sidewalk in and along the building and into the main front door. This is a view sort of coming down and turning the corner. This is the side entrance and really is a view of the plaza between what the new proposed building is, and this is the back of the existing building here. There's a significant grade change between those two, but we were able to work in a series of terraced walls that allow for accessible movement from one facility to the other, and as well as activate the space between the two buildings. So sort of an elevated view looking from the other direction, sort of headed south from down 115. You can see there again the symmetrical facade, sort of the civic presence that the building commands on the site. And again, the 4 stories with the 3-story bump outs on either end, try and give the massing some relief as it moves to the 4th floor. Another view from the parking lot, giving you that scale of space between the existing facility and new, and sort of how that ramping and activity and landscaping can work to connect those two spaces. And then as we begin to move inside, I think another one of the primary drivers was light and airy interior. And so you begin to see sort of what that will be like as you're coming in that front door and moving through the space. There's that entrance that's highlighted over there to move into the council chamber. And then, of course, you can go up that stairwell up to planning and some of those other functions on the 2nd floor. This is a view from the lobby of the 2nd floor above there. This is where the planning kind of primary interaction will happen. So there's some tables and some open seating out there available for informal meeting spaces. And then last but not least, the new chamber. And we've already talked about its seating capacity. You can see in here some of the detailing relative to the way that the entrance to the chamber is also highlighted by the rear wall and the accent. There's acoustical treatments, audio visual, all the things that make this space function as it should to serve you all for many, many years to come. That is the end of my portion of the presentation. And Tim, do you want to, well, I guess, do we have any questions before we?
Any questions, board? After, okay. Wait till after.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. You can come back and answer all the questions about finishes. All right, so I'm back. So numbers. A lot of numbers have been discussed today. Honestly, probably more than I expected to go back to 2018. But this number in front of you now is the only number that doesn't have hypotheticals or, well, we think. This is your guaranteed max price. The board, staff, they asked the edifice team to go out, build a 54,000 square foot building under $30 million all in. That's what we're presenting today. Our team worked over 18 months with 100 subcontractors that got pre-qualified to give us the best bang for the buck. And we worked to get there. I can go into any number of details if you need to, but right now we are presenting edifice construction value of 26, my eyes are terrible, 150,029. When you add the owner soft cost and the design fees and pre-construction fees that you've already paid, It gets you right underneath the 30 million number requested. Schedule. Talked a little schedule earlier. We typed hypothetical across the street. I'm only here today to talk to you about the construction schedule that we have built with a third-party scheduler. This is what we are going to hold our subcontractors accountable for, and this is what will be in our contract as far as time frame. We're looking, if all permits in hand, approvals done, mobilize on site in March. We have an 18.5-month schedule. We'll be looking to substantially complete October of 2025 with a final completion move-in, folks moving in, end of November 2025. We can discuss what happens in this building if you have any questions about it, but staff's direction to us was we want everyone in this building to get into the new building, and then we would revisit what can happen here with the 1.5 million allowance. I'm sure there'll be questions to that, but we have not put anything together because we just don't know enough yet about this building. So I know we're gonna have some design questions, we're gonna have some number questions, but we will open it up unless anyone else has anything here.
I was just going to add one thing. We also had a 10% minority women business enterprise participation goal on this project, and we have more than exceeded that. Tim, you want to give them that?
Yes, thank you, Bobby. I did have that somewhere here, didn't I? With the apparent low bidder subcontractors, based on the subcontract direct cost, women, minority, small business enterprises, we're currently at 43%. If you take the number based on the edifice construction value, it's 34.26%. I think Bobby mentioned the goal of 10%. We do like to say that we try to encourage participation and get highest participation possible. We're proud of those numbers.
Questions? Alicia, thank you. Commissioner Bergsman?
Thank you. I just have a few questions. The first one, and I think it has to do with the slide you just had up. There's a line item that's approximately 3.6 million, not the milestones, but yeah, that one. The line item that's about 3.6 million for site work and courtyard. Can you talk about what is included under, what is site work? What does that encompass?
Yes, we had a scope package, so that would include all earth moving. It would include demo, it would include utilities. Trying to think stormwater management, ponds, and then turning to sand filters later. Paving, curb and gutter, striping, topsoil, then planting and landscaping would be a secondary sub-package of, that's below that, so they don't have that. What am I missing, Brent? What else? It does include the taps for utilities. It does not include system impact fees. The owner or developer usually pays those, the end user, to Mecklenburg County. Want to go to the civil plan?
Yeah, so basically like
All the
that
grading, hardscape.
And then the stormwater's going under the road and over here adjacent to Holbrook Park. We're pushing it across the road so it didn't wind up right in the middle of the entrance.
Yep. We do have 2 bores under 115, one for storm and one for sanitary. That cost is associated in their number.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then I saw the line items that are kind of marked as allowances.
Yes.
What would happen if the amounts were exceeded in all of those for the allowances? Like if the costs were higher than the allowance?
If the cost goes over an allowance, it would be a change to the contract.
Okay. So that's not very likely to happen?
So, correct. We set allowances based on like what we have seen in a type building like this, or what the geo report says on how much unsuitable soil is on site. So we take that, we quantify it, we put a number to it that a subcontractor has given us. We feel that those numbers are in line with what we should expect.
Okay, thanks.
There is an owner's contingency as well, which we've got to, down here in this number.
Yeah, I saw that.
There's something else we've got to pull from that is somewhat preloaded into the total.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. And then I just had one more question. During the pandemic, there was a big increase in backlogs and supply issues, labor shortages, all of that. Do you have an idea, like where do things currently stand on that front?
Labor shortages is still down. I think you can see through reports. I think this summer there was a report out that 800,000, open construction employment jobs across the country. We are seeing material escalation and long lead times come back. We do have some longer lead times like generators and transformers that we work up front early to procure. We've already started doing that. We are seeing things level. I can't say anything's getting cheaper, anything's getting done faster. But that's kind of just my opinion. But having these subs locked in, ready to go to work, knowing that they're going to get this subcontract is very exciting, as they've allotted their manpower and time to do this project, and we have them locked in currently.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have, and thank you for being here tonight.
I just have a couple of them. One of them is to follow up on the allowances. If this is supposed to be a guaranteed maximum price, why aren't the allowances just locked in as some amount?
For the safety of just the unknown, right? So we could, if we were going to be, it's that open idea of putting a number together that we've all sat around for 18 months and talked about, that we feel comfortable on where it's going to be. And if someone was going to lock in an exact price, but we don't know all the information yet, I feel like it would be irresponsible of us to put a higher number or a lower number in it. These are just our plug numbers that we've seen work day in and day out, and that we've always tracked from the very beginning at SDs. So as this drawing and everything progressed, we just tracked those numbers the same way. Permanent allowances, unsuitable allowances. Don't think irrigation is an allowance. I think landscape and irrigation is locked in. DBA system, it's an allowance, Nick, because you can't decide if you have to do that system until the building's up. We take what a square foot cost usually is if it has to be done and the survey doesn't get there. But again, we can't even price that right now until we do the study. The study can't be done until the building's up. Signage allowance is just internally for us. Bobby Soft Cost has signage for inside the building he's covering. If they don't get it or if there's something not ready, we put up temporary sign to get you moved in. We don't use that, it goes back to the owner. And then the only other allowance, where am I at, Nick? Oh, and then the town hall allowance.
Right, that's a big one. I mean, some of them are fairly small, but it does seem, if you're saying it's a guarantee, whatever. So 2 years from now, it could be 2 million, 3 million to do whatever here. But
just don't know.
Okay. And this is just a random one. I was looking at attachment 3, and it looks like 4 things were rejected and 1 is pending. Just the one I just happened to look at is alternate 4, add prefabricated sound panels at elevator surrounds. Is there some reason, what does that mean?
Is that, I'm sorry, are you talking about the allowance or the alternates?
Attachment 3.
Give me 1 second, let me just verify.
There's 4 things rejected and 1 pending, and I'm just trying to.
Yep, number 4, prefabricated sound panels at elevator. There was a design for an alternate from the very beginning inside the elevators. There was additional acoustical panels around the elevator. And we always separated that out as an alternate to find out what those are worth and if staff and the owners wanted to purchase those and go if they had the money for it. So we broke it out. At that time, we did not have the money for it. We decided to reject those as it was more of a fenestration piece, and we've kept it regular.
So it's a money thing, so we're not going to have,
Elevated finish that they wanted to know what that cost was.
gotcha. So we're not going to have sound abatement around the elevators, or we're just not as good, or it was just a cost thing?
Plenty of acoustic materials.
Okay.
There won't be an acoustic issue in the lobby. It was more of a decorative height and finish for appearance, and something that not knowing what the bids are going to come in at on bid day, it's like if we have a little bit more, this is one thing, this is one area that we can height and finish this. But the acoustic properties will not be compromised at all.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe Jackie, or, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Can someone explain the discrepancy in the tax increase predicted by the town versus what the resident shared a while ago? Can someone speak to that?
When you say tax increase projected by the town, we talking about the budget document that has the 5-year financial forecast in it? We do the financial forecast in Excel format and distribute that, and I would say that 5-year forecast suggests that the 2-cent tax increase is ineffective, and it effectively vets out that 2.8-cent tax increase recommended, because if you look at the fund balance line item, off the top of my head, fund balance would go from about a total of 60 million over the next 5 years to about 21 million. I would suggest that tells you that fund balance would be too low because you didn't raise the tax increase, the recommended amount of 2.8.
I think what you're getting at is ultimately on the 5-year financial forecast, we have all these projects in there. It's a whole wish list that goes out. As I think he even talked about $235 million worth of projects. I think I heard him quote. We're not going to do $235 million worth of projects. A lot of those out in future years. So what you'll see in this 5-year financial forecast, you'll see some of the projects that we're already funding. There may be, projects in there we think we may fund, but that's a board decision. And also what comes up too is in that model, we make assumptions, but I don't know what a new revow will do. Look what a revow did this year. What we do, we lowered the tax rate, and of course, obviously, if you'd have kept the tax rate the same, it would have been a whole different picture. So when we're looking at those models, we make some predictions, but once you get to these years where you have a new revow, it's a whole new game changer.
I discourage you from thinking of that 5-year forecast as 5 future balanced budgets, because you're going to look at the budget every year and decide what you want to fund, and maybe there'll be some things you don't want to fund. And so I would not bet 50 cents on that ending up being the total budget amount for that year. Facts and circumstances will change. Interest rates will change. That will change our interest earnings estimate. Other entities will make property tax rate changes that will affect how much sales tax you receive. So that is a valuable tool, but I wouldn't necessarily take that as exactly what you should do. And for the next 5 years, it's what you could do.
Remember, you have Jackie and Patty. They're gonna, I know they hate me saying this, but they're gonna lowball the estimates and, on revenue. So they're gonna, revenue is hopefully gonna go a lot higher than they project. You're gonna spend less, that's typically what happens. That's why I know Jackie and them gonna choke me out after this meeting, but that's why we do so well. That's why they're good at what they do. There's no assumptions in that. I don't know what grants we're going to get next year and the following year, et cetera. That's why when Jackie says every year we readjust those numbers. We look at costs going up, we look at revenues, all that. So every year we refine that model. So it's just a tool that we use to look out in the future and continue to adjust each year depending on if the board wants to hire more police officers, more firemen? Do we build this road, build this park, that park, et cetera?
And even when you fund a project in a future year, there are very few projects that you will complete in 1 year. And so if it's a $2 or $3 million project and it takes it 3 years to complete, we'll show that funding in 1 year, but it's not going to all come out in 1 year. So will it ultimately come out? Probably, and it might come out at a cost higher than that, but it's not going to all come out in 1 year, generally speaking. Certainly Main Street didn't, and there are a few capital projects that will.
I make a motion to adopt the guaranteed maximum, price proposal for the new town hall.
I'll second.
And then any discussion? No discussion. Y'all are freaking me out.
I won't be voting for it, obviously. I'm not against a new town hall, nor am I against funding, but I think it's the wrong place and too much.
I am supporting it, in part because there have been multiple meetings in past years with public input and a chance for that. And in my opinion, as I said earlier, it's just too far along in the process that the benefits of continuing to move forward outweigh the negatives of not moving forward.
Yeah, I'm in support of moving forward and adopting the guaranteed maximum price. I think in looking at both projects, I prefer the first option, and I would have gone with that if I had been in the seat prior. However, where we're at today, and the money that has been spent, and the hours and hours and hours that our amazing team has spent on it over the years, the rising costs and estimates, the space needed in order to grow for the future, I think that it's the right decision to move forward right now.
So to reiterate, this conversation has taken 6 years, and we have the opportunity to bring closure tonight. If we want others to take us seriously and help us build a thriving downtown, then we need to show that we take ourselves seriously and make this decision and put it to bed. When we think about spending millions of dollars, we don't think about the present, we think about the future. And which one of these plans is going to best suit our future needs? I would say it's the path that we are on currently. So I think the choice is clear. We need to continue on this path for posterity's sake.
Any further discussion? Oh.
I just want to sneak and say one thing. I salute you all who are voting for this. And we cannot govern by fear tactics. We cannot govern by threats. The voters spoke loudly in November. I thank you all for moving forward. I truly believe this will save taxpayers' dollars down the road. And again, as Mayor Pro Tem said, we must take it seriously and want the residents to know that we take it seriously. This is a tough decision, but it should have been decided years ago. We've been put in a situation that we must govern. And again, I'm not the politician on the board. When I ran, I said I was a normal citizen, and I would not talk to you like a politician nor act like a politician. But one thing I would say is we will not be intimidated to make tough decisions.
All right. All those in favor of adopting the guarantee maximum price proposal for the new town hall project, please raise your hand. All opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, And the measure passes 5-1. Thank you. We are now on to item 10B, consider adopting preliminary findings resolution for new town hall financing. Jackie Huffman, you are up.
Thank you. The item you have before you tonight is consideration of a resolution that will authorize staff to move forward with an application for debt in the form of a LOBS financing, a limited obligation bond. That application will go to the LGC. We cannot issue debt without you authorizing an application to the local government commission, and that's what this represents. It does specify maximum amount of debt of $32 million, as Mitch explained earlier, based on discount or premium. The market right now would be a premium such that we would be issuing less than $30 million in debt. Markets will shift based on international events and national events and things beyond your control that you never thought about. It'll shift. Hopefully, it won't shift much from where it is. I'm here. Patty is happy to respond to questions, as is Mitch Bergoglio, of our Davenport Financial Advisors. Happy to respond to any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
I'm sorry, may I please add, there will be a couple of items on the, we expect a couple of items on the February 19th agenda. One would be terms that you will need to approve to send to the LGC, in addition to the edifice contract.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Jackie? Are we ready for a motion? Gotta go back and see what it says. To adopt preliminary findings resolution for new town hall financing.
Sure, I'll make a motion to adopt the preliminary preliminary findings resolution for the new town hall financing.
Okay, may I have a second?
I second.
And any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you. Passes 5-1. Okay, we are now on to item 10C, consider adopting updates to the town hall personnel policy.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
I have, you have in the agenda packet a draft of the personnel policy. Proposed revision. Generally, when we make changes to the personnel policy, it's because of potentially a legal change, an organizational change, or organizational shift, and then what I call are kind of evolutional changes. So what we have in here, the first one is an organizational change. Bringing on the fire department requires that we make some updates to the policy to address their work period, their overtime thresholds, vacation, sick, holiday accruals, those kinds of things. The others are more evolutional changes in my mind. There are items that we have in the policy now that just need a little more detail. Maybe we've grown, maybe we've had questions. We just need to go back and revisit some of those. So I'm happy to go through all 60 pages, or I'm happy if you have any questions to address those questions.
Does anyone have any questions? All right, thank you. May I have a motion to consider adopting updates to the town hall personnel policy? We're getting a little tired here.
Make a motion to adopt the updates to the town of Huntersville personnel policy.
May I have a second?
I second it.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously. Thank you. And next, item 10D, consider adopting resolution to create the Environmental Sustainability Committee. Ms. Loop.
Good evening again. As directed by the town board, the legal department created a resolution to create the Environmental Sustainability Committee. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Yes. One question is, so the advisory committees are generally are non-binding, the recommendations that they make. I mean, it is getting late. Would this be the same, that all recommendations would come to the town board for approval? I'm good.
Any other questions, board? Okay, may I have a motion to consider adopting, or to adopt the resolution to create the Environmental Sustainability Committee?
I make a motion to adopt the resolution to create the Environmental Sustainability Committee.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
I just have one comment I wanted to make, that I want to thank Commissioner Hunt, Mayor Pro Tem Hunt, for all of her hard work on this and for staff's hard work. This is really important to me. It was having the town, put more time and energy into sustainability initiatives was one of the reasons that I wanted to run to begin with. So I am just quite happy about this agenda item today.
Thank you. Yes, we do thank staff and the Mayor Pro Tem for getting this together. All in favor of adopting the resolution, please raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Next item, 10E, adopting rules of procedure for the Environmental Sustainability Committee. Ms. Loop, you're up again.
So similar to the resolution, as directed by the town board, the legal department did draft rules of procedure for the Environmental Sustainability Committee. Understand that there are some potential changes that the town board may decide to include in these rules of procedure, including adding 3-year staggered terms and having 3 of the seats come up for reappointment at a time. Those are all changes that we can make as long as they are included in the motion.
Any questions? No?
Not a question, but I did have a suggestion to also add, make an amendment to add to the Article 1 and the priority bullet points to include an equity priority as well.
Correct, and I wasn't sure which version of that bullet that you all decided on, so I was going to leave that to you, but I believe that some proposed motion language did go out.
Yeah, and let me pull it up. Commissioner Hunt, do you have it in front of you? You don't? Okay, give me 1 second. So the language I was suggesting was to put an option E, and that where it's A, B, C, D, and E, to say addressing environmental inequities and community resilience. Sure. Addressing environmental inequities and community resilience.
Any other questions? All right, may I have a resolution to adopt the rules of procedure for the Environmental Sustainability Committee with the recommended changes?
I make a motion to approve the rules of procedure for the Environmental Sustainability Committee with the following changes to be made by staff. 1, update the membership composition to reflect 3-year staggered terms of service with 3 of the initial appointment terms expiring at a time. 2, update Article 1, Section 1 to add subsection E to include the additional priority of addressing environmental inequities and community resilience.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No. All right, all those in favor of adopting the rules, raise your hand. Any opposed? All right, all passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. And we are on to item 10F, which is a discussion of the public comment protocol. And Commissioner Bergsman or Commissioner Quarles, I'm not sure which one of you is going to take the lead on that. proceed.
I just wanted to discuss the protocol for public speaking. We have these forms that the residents, citizens fill out when they come and want to speak before the members. And right now, the information is captured on here with the name and complete address, and we want to adjust or change to where they do not have to speak their complete address once they get to the podium, because the information is already captured and it's already a public record that someone wanted to copy or get their address, they can request that from staff. And I must add that there is no state statute stating that we must have them to give their complete address.
Sure. And so I've also, spoken to a few residents, not necessarily since I've been sworn in, but just over the years. And there are folks out there who aren't comfortable speaking during public comments because we require them to provide a personal address. And, when we're looking to, at least I personally, always looking for ways to increase citizen engagement and civic engagement. And this seems like a small little change that we can make. It doesn't cause any harm. If we want to know where someone lives in relation to a project, we can refer to the paper that they fill out. So that was my reason for supporting Commissioner Quarles on this one.
I've got a question. You're saying no address, would it be possible to say I'm, Nick Walsh and I live in Huntersville?
That is correct. You can say Nick Walsh, I'm from Huntersville, but you don't have to say I'm Nick Walsh from 101.
Correct. But they would still identify at least the town they're from.
Absolutely.
Or city or whatever. Okay. And what do our fellow municipalities do around here?
Cornelius, Davidson, and Mecklenburg County commissioners do not require that information.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And I can add that the Lake Wiley Marine Commission and Lake Norman Marine Commission also do not require that information as well.
Look at you.
I know.
Yeah, I just was going to add that over the years, the 11 years I've lived here, there have been times where I'd considered speaking, but was intimidated by the idea of publicly stating my address. So I didn't realize it was an option that we could change that, and I'm definitely in favor.
Okay, so I think we just...
So you all can take a straw vote to direct staff to update the public comment and public hearing policy. We will have to update that policy and bring it back for an official town board vote.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna have a little straw vote. Who's in agreement with updating the public comment protocol, and just raise your hand. All right, and so we are directing staff to update that, and we will vote on it at a future meeting. Okay, we are at item 11, closing comments. It's 10:10 p.m., everybody.
Thank you.
Nothing to report over here.
Yeah. Okay, so may I have a motion to adjourn, please?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
May I have a second?
Second.
No discussion? Raise your hand if you are in favor of adjourning. Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.